Chapter 32:26. Fengjiu stood not far away and watched, listening to the discussions of the people around. She watched the old woman beg bitterly, but the people in the medicine shop remained indifferent. She watched as the sky gradually darkened and the surrounding people dispersed, leaving only the old woman crying and begging. At this time, she supported herself with her walking stick and walked forward. "What illness does your son have?" Fengjiu asked, looking at the sorrowful and desperate old woman. When the old woman heard the voice, she raised her head and saw a person who looked like a beggar. She wiped her tears. Her voice was hoarse and weak, and her eyes were filled with despair and death. "I don't know what illness it is. Even the doctors can't find it. No one is willing to save him. No one is willing to help us out at this moment." She was already thinking that if her son died, she would die with him. Anyway, if her family died, there was no point for an old woman like her to live. "I can save him. Take me to see him," Fengjiu said, reaching out to help the old woman up. Perhaps it was because she had reached the point of despair. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes lit up. "You can save my son? Are you a doctor?" No, you must be an immortal with great ability. You must be a hidden immortal." As if to comfort herself, as if to give herself a last bit of hope, she did not doubt Fengjiu's identity and ability. On the contrary, she saw her as a hidden doctor, an immortal who could save her son. Just like this, she brought Fengjiu home. After Fengjiu left with the old woman, a middle-aged man walked out of the medicine shop, shook his head, looked in the direction they left, and sighed. "Who can save someone who is about to die?" The waiter in the shop also walked out, looked at the people in the distance, and said with a smile, "Dr. Liu, that beggar actually said that she can save him. She probably wants a place to stay. Who in this city doesn't know that Dr. Liu's medical skills are the best? Even you can't save someone. How can a beggar save him?" On the other side, Fengjiu followed the old woman home. She saw that it was a simple courtyard with many things piled up in the courtyard. There were a few rooms in the courtyard, and the old woman brought her into one of the rooms to the person lying on the bed. "He is my son. Immortal. Quickly take a look at my son. You must save my son. He is a filial child. If he dies, I have no reason to live." The old woman cried, her voice sorrowful and helpless. It was the despair of an old mother. The despair of asking for help made her want to die. Fengjiu comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll take a look at him first. Help me bring a basin of water over here." "Okay," the old woman replied, wiping her tears shed, and walked out of the room. Fengjiu first glanced at the person on the bed and saw that it was a man in his 30s with a strong physique. However, he was now so thin that he didn't even look human. Moreover, he was unconscious and his breathing was extremely weak. After feeling his pulse, she was slightly surprised and withdrew her hand. The old woman also came in with a basin of water, so she washed her hand in the water and asked, "Did he become like this after he went out on a mission?" Chapter 32:27. They sent him back and didn't come back after leaving behind some money. "I've looked everywhere for medical help, but they all said there was no way." The woman cried and looked at Fengjiu. "Immortal, you have a way to save my son, right? You must have a way, right?" Fengjiu glanced at her and nodded. "Don't worry, your son won't die." Hearing this, the old woman cried with joy. "I knew it. I knew my son wouldn't die. I knew it. He probably has wounds on his body that haven't been treated properly. Help me take off his clothes and check." Fengjiu gestured as he retreated to the side. Okay. As the old woman spoke, she stepped forward to help. Not long after, her son's clothes were taken off, leaving only his underwear. Fengjiu stepped forward to take a look. Her gaze fell on the man's abdomen, where a red line of blood extended upwards towards his heart. She had the old woman turn her son over. After checking, she finally found a wound at the back of his waist. The wound was only a red dot the size of a toothpick. It wasn't torn, and there were no other marks. If one didn't look closely, they would think it was just a red mole. "Turn him over and let him lie on his stomach." Fengjiu gestured. As he taught the old woman what to do, he took out silver needles and laid them out beside the bed. Seeing those silver needles, the old woman's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, she was nervous and worried. Those long silver needles were going to pierce into her son's body? If they pierced into the wrong place, would it? Thinking of this, she was about to speak when she saw that one of the silver needles had already pierced in her son. She could only suppress her anxiety. She didn't expect to hear the immortal's words at this moment. He was stung by a poisonous flower. First, he fell into a coma. Then his body heated up. Then, his breathing became chaotic, occasionally accompanied by convulsions. This situation has already been like this for 2 to 3 months, right? He's already in the late stage. If he hadn't met me today, your son probably wouldn't have lived for more than 3 days. Fengjiu's voice drifted out. Hearing this, the old woman was stunned. Her eyes filled with joy. She didn't tell the immortal about this, but he actually knew. It seemed that her son could really be saved. As time passed, Fengjiu finished performing acupuncture on the man on the bed. He put away the silver needles and took out a pill from the space and stuffed it into the man's mouth. He also poured some spirit liquid into the man's mouth. After cleaning his hands, he walked to the side and sat down. Immortal, how's my son? The old woman watched the entire process. Perhaps it was because she saw the scene of Fengjiu saving her son, so her originally lifeless eyes had now regained their former vitality. Even her entire person looked much more energetic. He should be fine after a few more acupuncture treatments, said Wang Yao. Hearing this, the old woman beamed with joy. That's great, that's great. Immortal, please sit down and rest for a while, or you can rest in the room next door. I'll go cook now. I must thank you properly, Immortal. Thank you for saving my son. Chapter 32:28. The old woman was very grateful. Although the family did not have much money left because of the medical treatment, she still caught an old hen from her backyard and made a stew. She also cooked a few dishes for Fengjiu. Fengjiu used this time to clean herself up in the next room. At least, even if she could not change the others, she had to clean herself up. Immortal, it's time to eat. The old woman placed the dishes on the table and called out to Fengjiu. Coming. Not long after, Fengjiu pushed open the door and walked out. Although she was still wearing the same tattered clothes and was still limping, her ink-black hair had been tied up, and her beautiful face was revealed after she had washed up. Seeing Fengjiu's face, the old woman was even more convinced that she was an immortal who had come to save her son. If it was an ordinary person, how could they have such a beautiful face? Fengjiu held her walking stick and sat down at the table. She said to the old woman, No need to call me immortal, just call me Ghost Doctor. Yes. The old woman replied and gave her more food. Fengjiu saw that there was only one bowl and said, Elder, sit down and eat with me. Sit down and eat with me. I still have some things to discuss with you. All right, the old woman replied. She first went to the kitchen to get a bowl and a pair of chopsticks and sat down to eat. Fengjiu briefly explained her son's situation to the old woman at the table. When they finished eating, she put down the bowl and chopsticks and said, At most tomorrow morning. He will wake up tomorrow morning, but his body will need some time to slowly recover. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the old woman thanked Fengjiu gratefully. After all, a person who had been said by many doctors to have no chance of surviving was now said to wake up tomorrow and recover after a period of rest. How could she not be excited? That was her son. Her son had finally overcome this calamity. This was great. Elder, what is this place? Why is it that most of the people in the city are mystic cultivators and not a single spirit cultivator? Fengjiu asked the question in his heart, and his gaze landed on the old woman. Hearing this, the old woman seemed a little strange. Ghost Doctor, where is this place? She looked at Fengjiu and saw that she shook her head. Her expression did not seem to be fake. She then said, Ghost Doctor must be an expert in seclusion. That's why you don't know. We're in the Black Tortoise Continent, one of the divisions of the upper realm. Other than the mortals who can't cultivate, there are some mystics who can cultivate Black Tortoise techniques. As for the spirit cultivators that Ghost Doctor mentioned, this old lady only knows that in those big cities, those spiritual medicine masters are spirit cultivators. I've never heard of anything else. As the old lady spoke, she looked at Fengjiu and said, I think the Ghost Doctor should also be a spirit apothecary, right? Only a spirit alchemist can possess such miraculous and powerful healing abilities. My son is truly fortunate to have met a spirit alchemist like the ghost doctor. Feng Jiu smiled, but he was surprised. One of the divisions of the upper realm? In other words, this place was still the upper realm, but in a different area? Sure enough, the upper realm was vast and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The old man was really capable. He actually sent her here with a teleportation array. It was indeed not simple. Chapter 32:29. Ghost Doctor, my son is awake, he's awake. The old woman's voice sounded in the courtyard in surprise. Feng Jiu, who was in the room, also came out after washing up. I'll go and have a look. As she spoke, she limped towards the room next door. The man on the bed had already woken up. Seeing Feng Jiu come in, he struggled to get up, but Feng Jiu gestured for him to lie down. Your body is still weak, lie down, Feng Jiu said as she sat down on the chair beside the bed. When a man on the bed saw Feng Jiu's face, he was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect such a young woman. Moreover, this woman had a peerless beauty, but she was wearing shabby clothes and was limping. It was really strange. I heard from my mother that it was the ghost doctor who saved me. Yuan, will first thank the ghost doctor for saving my life. When my body recovers, I will definitely repay you, he said as he lay on the bed. Because his body was still weak, his words were weak. Feng Jiu nodded. Since you're awake, I'll give you another acupuncture treatment. After today, I'll give you another acupuncture treatment tomorrow. You'll only need to recuperate. I'll have to trouble the ghost doctor, Yuan said as he saw his mother step forward and take off his clothes. In front of such a young woman, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But when he saw that the ghost doctor's expression was the same as before, there was no change in her expression. He gradually relaxed. Because her son's condition had improved, the old woman was finally relieved. After busying herself with the matters at home, she took a basket of vegetables and went out to buy groceries. She bought a big basket of fish and meat, as well as a few fruits. Some of the people in the city who were familiar with her were a little surprised. Auntie you seem to be in a good mood today. Is your family's Anne's condition better? A man asked. Looking at the old woman's smiling face, he was very surprised. During this period of time, he saw her frowning and her eyes red. It was rare to see her smile, so why was it that today? That's right. My family's met a benefactor. He's fine now. The old woman chuckled and said, I bought a lot of things to nourish my Yuan's body. Seeing the old woman leave with light footsteps, many people began to talk behind her. Once the news spread, Dr. Liu of the medicine shop also heard about it. This was because some people were saying that Dr. Liu's medical skills were not good enough, and that the person that he could not save had been saved by someone else. Therefore, when Dr. Liu heard the news, he was also surprised and personally went to Anne's house to see what was going on. When he arrived, the old woman was preparing lunch, and Feng Jiu was in the room studying her suddenly powerless left leg. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a red mark of a talisman on her left leg. Did this old man use a talisman? She was astonished. She took out a book about talismans and started to read it. In her space, there were many books about this kind of thing. In the past, she had even learned the talisman clone technique. However, she didn't expect that her cheap master would also know the talisman clone technique. Moreover, he had used the talisman clone technique on her when she wasn't paying attention. As she flipped through the rune books in her room, she could faintly hear voices coming from outside at Annie. I heard that Yuan's illness has improved. Is this true? Dr. Liu asked as soon as he entered the room. Chapter 32:30. After entering and seeing Yuan, Dr. Liu's heart was filled with shock. A person who was originally determined to die was now gradually recovering his vitality. This was too inconceivable. Outside the door, Dr. Liu pulled the old woman to the side and asked, Which expert cured Yuan? Is she still here? He looked around the courtyard, and finally his gaze fell on the tightly shut door of her room. The old woman hesitated and said, Yes, she is. She is called the ghost doctor and is still living at home. I want to see this expert. On to you. Please go and tell her, Dr. Liu said as his eyes stared at the closed room. The old woman hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then, Dr. Liu, please wait a moment. I will go and ask." After all, they were in the same city, and she often had to ask him for help. Coupled with his connections in the city, she couldn't refuse directly. "Ghost Doctor, can I come in?" She knocked on the door and called out. "Come in," Feng Jiu said from inside the room and put away the book in his hand. The door opened, and the old woman walked in and closed the door. "Ghost Doctor, Dr. Liu is here. He is the doctor from the pharmacy. He can be considered a reputable person in this city. Since he came personally today, I can't drive him out." The old woman said softly and looked at Feng Jiu. "He said he wants to see you." I wondered hearing this. Feng Jiu said lightly, "Let him go back. I won't see him." "Okay." The old woman responded and went outside. Closing the door, she said to Dr. Liu, who was waiting in the courtyard, "The ghost doctor said she won't see him. Dr. Liu, you see." "Okay." Dr. Liu didn't insist and said, "Yuan's body is indeed getting better. Since that's the case, I will go back first." After saying that, he turned and left. After leaving the door, he looked back at the small courtyard and his eyes flashed slightly. Ghost doctor? A doctor with good medical skills? The other party's skills were above his. No wonder he didn't want to see him. However, the more it was like this, the more curious he was about what kind of person this person was. Feng Jiu did not take Dr. Liu seriously. Therefore, after he left, she continued to read the book. She planned to break the talisman on her left leg first. However, at the same time, she asked the old woman to help her inquire about something. That was to find out if there was anyone in the city who was seriously ill and what kind of character the ill spoke and behaved. This was not a difficult task for the old lady. After all, when she went out to buy groceries, she would chat with some acquaintances and talk about what was new in the city, as well as some gossip. When the old lady saw that it was Feng Jiu's order, she tried her best to inquire about it. After all, he had saved her son without charging a single cent. Therefore, after she helped Yuan with the third acupuncture, she heard the old woman mention that there was someone seriously ill in the city and that it was a good family. She made up her mind to go and take a look. However, when he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel that the tables had turned. In the past, it was always people who came to her for medical treatment. Now, she was the one who went to look for someone. It was really unexpected. Now that Yuan is fine, it's time for me to leave. After Feng Jiu bid farewell to the old woman, she left behind some money for her. "You can keep this money. It can help you recover." Chapter 32-31. "It's all right. I've disturbed you for the past few days. Moreover, I know that you don't have much money on hand. Yuan's body is still weak, so there are many places where he needs money. Just accept this. Take it as a reward for helping me gather information for the past 2 days." Feng Jiu smiled and stuffed the money into the old woman's hands. After staying here for 3 days, the old woman had killed 3 old hens in the backyard. This bit of money was nothing to her, but it could help her and her son. Holding the purse in her hand, the old woman's eyes couldn't help but redden. She looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "Ghost Doctor, are you going to the Qin family? I heard that second young Master Qin's illness was treated by doctors from other places, but it was useless. Moreover, the Qin family is very powerful. Although they are a benevolent family, if something happens, I'm afraid that they won't let it go easily." "Yes, I know." She smiled and nodded. "I'll leave first, don't worry. I have my own plans." After bidding farewell to the Yu family, Feng Jiu supported herself with her crutches and left. She asked around for the Qin family's location and walked along the road. However, after walking for a while, she heard incessant cries and screams in front of her. She couldn't help but pull one of them and ask, "What's going on in front?" A man turned around and saw that it was a beautiful woman. His expression softened, and he glanced strangely at her nondescript appearance and the crutches in her hand. He said, "It seems that a pregnant woman in front was bumped into by someone. The situation is not good." Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned slightly and walked forward. When she came to front, she saw that the woman had been carried to the clinic in front. She thought about it and followed. Seeing the woman's complexion and her belly that was so big that it looked like she was about to give birth, the situation was probably not good. Since she ran into it, she should follow and take a look. Therefore, she followed him to the clinic and watched from the outside with the other onlookers. After about half an incense stick's time, she vaguely heard someone inside saying, "Only one adult and one child can be saved. Hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, neither of them will survive." At this time, he heard a few voices arguing. A man was shouting to save the children, and a woman was saying that she wanted to save the mother. It seemed that they were arguing inside. Look, this is the difference between the in-laws family and the maternal family. The maternal family wants to protect the mother. After all, the child can be reborn in the future. The in-laws family, on the other hand, wants to protect the younger ones. They can't bear to see their unborn offspring die. Then the man who said he would save the child is the woman's husband. That's right. He hugged his mistress in broad daylight and met his wife. He even let his mistress push his wife down. Now, he even said that he wanted to save the little one and abandon the big one. This man is too ruthless. That's normal. If the main wife was gone, wouldn't that benefit the mistress? What's more, men are all like this. They like the new and hate the old. What's so surprising about that? That's right. Didn't you see? The mistress is as beautiful as a fairy. Her willowy waist is so small that it can't be held in one hand. Compared to the main wife, her body is swollen and pregnant. Her waist is more than one circle round. How can they be compared? Chapter 32:32. When Fengjiu heard this, she saw that the argument was still going on inside, so she walked forward. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see that we're busy here? Someone stopped Fengjiu and said, "Try to push her away." Fengjiu raised a branch and knocked that person's hand away. She looked inside and said, "I can save both the adult and the child." When these words came out, the people who were arguing inside couldn't help but fall silent and look at her in unison. Especially the man, when he saw her, his eyes were filled with amazement. When the stout woman saw this, she hurriedly went forward. "What did you say? You can save both the adult and the child?" "That's right, I'm a doctor," Fengjiu said and nodded slightly. Quick, as long as you can save both the child and the adult, I'll definitely thank you. Thank you very much." As the stout woman said this, she didn't mind that Fengjiu's clothes were tattered and brought her inside. "Dr. Liu, this young lady said that she can save my daughter and the child," the woman said to a middle-aged man inside. This middle-aged man was Dr. Liu. When he heard this, he turned around and his eyes flashed. "You're the ghost doctor?" When he went back, he had people ask around and found out that a person who used a branch as a walking stick and wore tattered clothes like a beggar had followed you and his mother home. The person in front of him seemed to be that person. Fengjiu glanced at Dr. Liu and calmly replied, "In." Hearing this, Dr. Liu's eyes lit up. "I heard that the ghost doctor's medical skills are high, but I didn't think that she would be so young. Since the ghost doctor said that she has confidence, then she must have confidence." As he spoke, he said to the woman and man, "You've met a benefactor today. If the ghost doctor can help, both the adult and the child should be saved." Although he had never seen her treat someone, he was the one who treated Yuan, so he naturally knew the situation. To be able to save someone who was on the brink of death and dare to call herself the ghost doctor, it could be seen that her medical skills were extraordinary. Therefore, it could be said that when she said that she could save him, he did not have the slightest doubt. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Then I'll have to ask the ghost doctor to quickly save him. I'll repay your kindness later. The rest of you can leave first. This madam will stay." She asked the others to leave and let the stout woman stay. "Ghost doctor, I wonder if I can stay and help?" Actually, he wanted to see with his own eyes how the ghost doctor saved people. "I'm afraid it's inconvenient," Fengjiu said faintly as his gaze fell on Dr. Liu. "Dr. Liu, you can leave first. My daughter and grandson can't wait any longer," the woman said as she urged him to leave. After all, she was worried that it would affect her daughter if he delayed any longer. Seeing this, Dr. Liu turned around and walked out. In the medicine hall's cubicle, one could faintly hear the sound of people walking around and shouting for hot water. Other than the stout woman, no one outside knew what was going on inside. They only knew that as time passed, cries of pain came from inside. About an hour later, a baby was born. The cries of the baby shook the hearts of the people outside. The man couldn't help but rush in. When Dr. Liu saw this, he followed in. Chapter 32-33. The child was born less than a month ago, so his body needs to be nursed back to health. As for this madam, she also needs to recuperate. She carried the child to the stout woman and said, "There isn't anything major right now. Dr. Liu, please take care of the rest." With that, she retreated to the side, and the stout woman and man squeezed forward to see the child and daughter. Thus, no one noticed Fengjiu's departure. When they came back to their senses and wanted to thank Fengjiu again, they saw that the person who was standing at the side just now had disappeared. "Dr. Liu, how is my daughter?" The woman handed her grandson to the son-in-law, who had squeezed forward and hurriedly asked Dr. Liu. After taking her pulse, Dr. Liu withdrew his hand and took a deep breath, saying, "She is indeed fine." This was already the second time. He had no way of dealing with Yuan, but he was saved by the ghost doctor. Now it was the same here. This woman's breathing was clearly very weak, and she had no strength to give birth to the child. But in the end, she still gave birth to the child and saved her life. He couldn't help but admire the other party's medical skills. On the other side, Fengjiu, who had left, walked along the road and arrived in front of the Qin family's door. Looking at the large residence in front of her and the two stone lions squatting in front of the door, she thought for a moment before walking up and knocking on the door. "Who are you looking for?" The door opened a small crack, and she was surprised to see the person outside. The person outside was dressed in tattered clothes and held a walking stick in her hand, but she had an extremely beautiful face. "I'm looking for your family head." As she spoke, she took out a badge and handed it over. "Just show this to your family head." When the gatekeeper took the badge, his hand couldn't help but tremble. He didn't have time to say anything else and hurriedly ran inside. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Qin family was gloomy and stifling. Although the Qin family was a large family in the city, the family head only married one wife. Moreover, the couple were very loving and had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Now that the 2 sons were seriously ill and helpless, the entire Qin family was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. "Family head, family head." The gatekeeper's voice hurriedly came from outside, causing the housekeeper waiting in the courtyard to shout, "How rude! Don't you know where this is? How can you make a fuss? Butler, look at this." After all, the gatekeeper was relatively young. He was so excited that he lost his sense of propriety. At this time, after being yelled at by the butler, he hurriedly handed over the badge. The butler took a look at it and couldn't help but be shocked. Where did this come from? This was actually the badge of an alchemy saint. Not to mention that there was no alchemy saint in their city. It was extremely difficult to find an alchemy saint in other large cities. There was a strange woman outside the door. She was extremely beautiful, but she was wearing tattered clothes. She walked with a limp and held a tree branch in her hand as a crutch. After she knocked on the door, she handed this to me and said that she wanted to see the family head. The gatekeeper said excitedly, "Housekeeper, is this medicine saint very powerful? Can it save second young master?" Holding the badge, the housekeeper couldn't help but shake his hands. He quickly said, "Hurry up, invite him to the front hall, and serve him well. I'll immediately go in and inform the patriarch." "Yes." The gatekeeper hurriedly went to the door and invited them in. Chapter 32-34. Hearing the steward's words and looking at the badge, Patriarch Qin's eyes shone with pleasant surprise. "Medicine saint? We have a medicine saint in our city? That's great. That's great. Madam, Hung, it can be saved." Hearing this, the weeping woman was startled. "Medicine saint? Where? Where's the medicine saint?" Seeing this, the other man and girl in the room also came forward. "Madam, look." Patriarch Qin handed over the badge. "This is the medicine saint's badge. You guys stay here and take care of Hung. I'll go ahead and take a look." Saying this, he immediately strode out. At this time, Fengjiu was sitting in the front hall and drinking tea. A maidservant was waiting on her, and the maidservant would steal glances at her from time to time. After a while, when the middle-aged man walked in quickly, she also looked at him and sized him up. At the same time, Patriarch Qin was also sizing up the person sitting in the hall. When he first saw her, he was very surprised. Although he heard from a steward that she was a beautiful young woman, he was slightly startled when he saw her tattered clothes. Now that he looked at her again, he felt even more strange. Although she was wearing tattered clothes, her temperament was extraordinary, especially the other party's eyes, which were cold and had an intimidating light. He immediately collected his thoughts and strode forward, cupping his hands in greeting. I didn't know that the medicine saint was coming. I didn't come out to greet you. I hope you won't blame me. Patriarch Qin. Fengjiu nodded slightly. She didn't stand up, but sat and looked at him. At this time, Patriarch Qin came forward with the badge in both hands. Medicine Saint, I'll return this badge. Fengjiu took the badge and put it away, saying, I came this time because I heard that the Qin family is a kind family. I also heard that second young master Qin is seriously ill, so I came to take a look. Hearing this, Patriarch Qin was overjoyed. Thank you, Medicine Saint. Thank you, Medicine Saint. Call me Ghost Doctor, Fengjiu said. She took a sip of tea and stood up. Take me to see second young master. Yes, this way, please, Ghost Doctor. He personally led the way, bringing her to the backyard. Arriving at the rear courtyard and entering the side room, Patriarch Qin hurriedly introduced to Fengjiu. This is my wife, this is my eldest son, and this is my youngest daughter. Come, quickly greet the Ghost Doctor. Greetings, Ghost Doctor. The three of them couldn't help but feel strange when they saw that the person who came was so young and beautiful, but her clothes were tattered. Fengjiu nodded slightly and walked forward. He came to the side of the bed and examined the man on the bed. The man on the bed was unconscious. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were sunken in. His breathing was weak, as if he would die at any moment. After the examination, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows slightly and withdrew his hand in surprise. He looked at the man on the bed and said to the people beside the bed, Second young master is not sick. Hearing this, the Qin family members were stunned, especially Mrs. Qin, who couldn't help but say, Not sick? How could he not be sick when he was already so sick? Did the Ghost Doctor make a mistake? Madam, don't be rude. Patriarch Qin was shocked and hurriedly stopped her. He said to Fengjiu, My wife was too worried and offended you with her words. Please don't take offense, Ghost Doctor. The dignified medicine saint wasn't someone who could be questioned by just anyone. Moreover, she only said that he wasn't sick and didn't say anything else. Chapter 32-35. Hearing this, Qin family head took a deep breath and said, Ghost Doctor, please explain. If he isn't sick, then what is the cause of this situation? Fengjiu looked at them and said, An evil spirit is close to the body, and it is caused by an external evil spirit entering the body. Second young master is born with meridians, and it is easy for him to attract evil spirits. Looking at his situation, he has been ill for at least 1 or 2 months. Now that he is at the final stage, if the evil spirit succeeds, second young master won't be able to live. She continued, However, if this situation was seen by any doctor, they would say that he is seriously ill. However, no matter what medicine they use, it is very difficult to treat the illness. Then what do we do? The woman was stunned. Looking at her son on the bed, she rushed forward and was about to kneel in front of Fengjiu. Ghost Doctor, I beg you, please save my son. I beg of you. Fengjiu helped her up and said, Madam, there is no need to be anxious. I am here today to save him. Ghost Doctor, is there anything we can do? Qin family head asked. He only knew that his second son had been weak and sickly since he was young, but he didn't know that he was born with meridians. Born with meridians? So many people couldn't find out, but the Ghost Doctor in front of him knew. He really didn't know where she came from. Why did she come to his Qin family to save him? It is said that the higher the rank of a doctor and alchemist, the harder it is to invite them. You are so powerful. Why did you come to my house? The young girl at the side asked the question in her heart. Her eyes were also fixed on the beautiful woman. Don't speak nonsense, Qin family head shouted, but he also wanted to know why. Why did she come to his house? Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. It is normal for you to find it strange. After all, I usually don't come to your house to treat people. However, in the end, my master asked me to come out and gain experience. He asked me to treat 100 seriously ill people, and the people I treat must not be evil people. Therefore, after asking around, I came to your house." She smiled and looked at the young girl, asking, "Am I clear enough? What else do you want to ask? You can ask all at once." The young girl's face turned red, and she looked at her with some embarrassment. After thinking, she asked, "Why are you wearing these clothes? Don't all girls like pretty clothes?" Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. "This is a treasure robe. Before I cure 100 people, this robe cannot be taken off." She paused for a moment, smiled, and continued, "Perhaps my master thought that I was beautiful, so he purposely made me look like this to send me down the mountain." Seeing Fengjiu speak in a relaxed manner and smile, the Qin clan could not help but feel relieved. They felt that although she was a respected saint of medicine, her personality was extremely good, so they did not feel so restrained. "Let's get down to business," Fengjiu said with a serious expression. "What we need to do now is to force the evil Yin Qi out of his body. I'll give you a prescription. Quickly get the herbs and boil them into a medicinal bath for him to soak in." Hearing this, the man beside her hurriedly brought over a brush, ink, and paper and placed them on the table. After Feng Nine sat down, she wrote down the prescription with one hand. Looking at the words, and then at the calm and composed woman, his eyes flashed slightly. "I'll go get the herbs," the man said, and quickly left with the prescription. Chapter 32-36. The fire burned under the tub, and the heat rose up. The water in the tub was so hot that it was smoking. As soon as the man was placed in, his originally pale body was scalded red. Because Patriarch Qin ordered everyone to leave, only Patriarch Qin, his eldest son, the housekeeper, and 2 servants were left in the courtyard. Looking at his son who was scalded red in the tub, Patriarch Qin's heart was in his throat. If it was an ordinary wooden tub, it would have been destroyed by the fire below. However, this tub was not made of ordinary wood, and the fire below was not burning brightly. Instead, it was half-baked from a distance. Fengjiu watched from the side. After a while, he stepped on a chair and walked to the side of the tub. He helped the second young master who was sitting in the tub remove the evil Yin energy from his body. After the acupuncture, the medicinal bath lasted for about 4 hours. When Fengjiu ordered people to carry the person in the tub back to his room, Patriarch Qin hurriedly ordered the servants to carry him back to his room, as if he was afraid that his son would be cooked. Fengjiu entered the room and checked again. After taking out a pill and stuffing it into his son's mouth, he asked, "Patriarch Qin, does her family have any ancient jade?" "Ancient jade?" Patriarch Qin was startled. After thinking for a while, he said, "My family's ancestors did leave behind some jade pendants, but I don't know if they can be considered ancient jade." He paused, then said, "How about this? I'll go get them for the ghost doctor to take a look." He thought that the ghost doctor wanted them. In any case, she was treating his son. If she wanted ancient jade, he could find some for her. Thus, after seeing that his son's blood and qi seemed to be better than before, he hurriedly went back to get those jade pendants and other things. In the room, only the eldest young master and Fengjiu were left. The eldest young master looked at Fengjiu, asking, "Ghost doctor, after doing this, will my second brother's body not be invaded by the evil Yin energy in the future?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "No, this is only to help him expel the evil Yin energy in his body. As for whether or not he will be invaded by the evil Yin energy in the future, it will depend on whether or not your father can bring back useful ancient jade." "Why is that?" He was a little surprised. He had thought that the ancient jade was what she wanted, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Some ancient jades have the effect of repelling evil spirits. Moreover, they can prevent evil spirits from getting close to them. It has the effect of protecting the body. Fengjiu explained as he picked up his walking stick and limped to the table. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Not long after, Patriarch Qin came back with a tray. There were many jade pendants and other things on it. He placed it in front of Fengjiu and said, "Ghost doctor, please take a look. Is there anything you like?" Hearing this, Fengjiu was startled. He knew that Qin Fengjiu had misunderstood. He smiled and said, Qin Fengjiu, this ancient jade is not for me. It's for second young master. She gave him a simple explanation. Seeing his enlightened and apologetic expression, she smiled. It's just that although these jades are quite old, they're still not good enough. Truly good jades are warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There are also warm jades that emit warmth all year round. There are also ancient jades that are extremely spiritual. These things of yours are not suitable. They are useless. She shook her head and pushed the tray to the side. Chapter 32-37. Hearing this, Fengjiu paused and pondered. This Qin clan's second young master's meridians really couldn't be suppressed by ordinary ancient jade. There wasn't even a single spirit cultivator in this place, let alone an ancient jade with spirituality. Was she expecting too much from them? Ghost Doctor? Ghost Doctor? Patriarch Qin called out to her. Seeing that she seemed to be distracted, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, Ghost Doctor, what if we don't have the ancient jade? Fengjiu came back to her senses and looked at the anxious Patriarch Qin, saying, I do have a piece here. She took out an ancient jade from her space. Most of the treasures in her space were obtained from others, but there weren't many pieces of ancient jade that could ward off evil spirits. However, seeing that they really couldn't take out a piece of ancient jade that could be used, she thought for a moment and erased her traces of the ancient jade before handing it over to Patriarch Qin. String this jade up and let him wear it around his neck. The piece she handed over was a round 8 trigrams jade. This was the most suitable piece of jade for the Qin clan's second young master out of all the jade she had. If she hadn't heard that the Qin clan's people were all upright people, she wouldn't have taken out such a piece of jade. Receiving the jade from Fengjiu, Patriarch Qin was shocked. He could feel the warmth of the 8 trigrams jade in his hand. Moreover, there was a spiritual aura coming from the jade. It was obviously not an ordinary jade. This Ghost Doctor, this jade. He wanted to say that this jade was too precious, and they didn't dare to accept it, but he couldn't say it. If he didn't accept this jade, what would happen to his son? Finally, he took the jade and solemnly bowed to Fengjiu. 1,000 words aren't enough to express my gratitude at this moment. Ghost Doctor, thank you. Fengjiu waved her hand and didn't say anything else. He had someone string the jade up and put it around second young Master Qin's neck. Then, he looked at Fengjiu and asked, Ghost Doctor, is this okay? Fengjiu replied, set up a soft bed here. I'll rest here tonight. This Patriarch Qin was a little hesitant. He glanced at his eldest son and said to Fengjiu, Ghost Doctor, I have already ordered people to prepare a room for you. Ghost Doctor is our Qin clan's great benefactor. How can you rest on a soft bed? Fengjiu smiled. Whether or not second young master can get through this ordeal depends on tonight. I'll be here to guard him. If Patriarch Qin feels apologetic, you can send someone to prepare some food for me. Hearing this, the eldest young master of the Qin family immediately said, Since that's the case, I'll get the kitchen to prepare. The Ghost Doctor can rest here for the time being. Saying this, he bowed and left first. Everyone in the room retreated, leaving only a soft bed for Fengjiu to rest on. While she was resting, the people in the kitchen prepared a sumptuous meal to entertain Fengjiu. At the same time, because of the words of some elders in the clan, Patriarch Qin secretly sent people to the city to inquire about Fengjiu's origins. At the same time, because he received her ancient jade, he was discussing with some elders in the clan to compensate her with something. Chapter 32-38. Are you talking about medicine or something like that? Patriarch Qin looked at one of the elders and hesitated before saying, I'm afraid that we can't take out any rare medicine. I think that the Ghost Doctor isn't an ordinary person. I'm afraid that she won't be interested in our things. In my opinion, it's more convenient to give crystal stones. One of the elders said and looked at the others, What do you all think? That's a good idea, but isn't this too direct? How can it be? No matter where it is, money and crystal stones are the most common. I think it's best to give this. Thus, the few of them discussed and finally decided to prepare some crystal stones for Fengjiu. Firstly, it could be used to pay for the treatment, and secondly, it could be used as a return gift. In the room in the backyard, the kitchen staff sent the dishes to Fengjiu's courtyard. When Fengjiu, who was originally resting in the room, heard the noise outside, she came out of her room and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, eating her dinner unhurriedly. Patriarch Qin and eldest young Master Qin accompanied her in the courtyard. When she was full, Patriarch Qin asked, "Ghost Doctor, are these dishes to your taste?" They're all good," Fengjiu replied, wiping the corners of her mouth as she stood up. "I'm going back to my room. You all should go back and rest too." Patriarch Qin saw that she was going to leave and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He only signaled the servants to clean up the table and left with his eldest son. Not long after they left, the people who were sent to inquire also returned. Patriarch, this subordinate, has asked around in the city and found out that the ghost doctor only arrived in our city a few days ago. However, after she arrived in the city, she's saved. The secret guard reported the information he had gathered to the Patriarch on the main seat. After Patriarch Qin heard the secret guard's words, he was secretly shocked, but at the same time, he also knew that if the ghost doctor could save those two people, she must be able to cure his son. However, there was also a trace of surprise in his heart. No one actually knew where the ghost doctor came from. It was as if she appeared out of thin air, but had such shocking abilities. It was really strange. That night, no one in the Qin clan could sleep peacefully, especially the Qin clan master and Madame Qin. Patriarch Qin, who was standing by the window with his coat on, sighed softly and turned back. He paced back and forth in the room, restless. The ghost doctor had said that it would depend on whether or not Hung Air could make it through the night. It probably wouldn't be that simple. Could it be that something evil would come tonight? Thinking of this, he had the urge to go to the courtyard to see what was going on, but thinking of the ghost doctor's instructions, he could only give up in the end. Even so, his heart was still concerned about the situation over there. "Master, do we need to go and take a look at Hanga? With only the ghost doctor standing guard there, my heart is in a mess. I'm very worried. Tell me, if something happens, the ghost doctor is only a woman. How can she handle it?" Madame Qin didn't even take off her coat. She paced back and forth in the room, looking outside from time to time. She had made up her mind that if there was any movement in the courtyard, she would rush over to take a look immediately. However, she was still quite a distance away, so she couldn't see the situation in the courtyard. She felt very uneasy. Chapter 32-39. On the other side of the courtyard, Fengjiu was resting on a soft couch in the room. As the night deepened, the outside was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. There was no light in the room, and it was pitch black. Hence, Fengjiu was lying on the soft couch. If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to notice that there was another person there. After midnight, the rustling sound of leaves rustling in the wind could be heard from outside. There was also a faint sound of the wind patting on the door and windows. The night breeze blew in through the cracks in the door and the half-open windows. It was icy cold and seeped into one's skin, causing one to shiver involuntarily. The room was completely silent. Fengjiu, who was lying on the soft couch, had already opened his eyes. His pair of clear eyes quietly looked into the pitch-black room. She retracted her aura and silently blended into the room. Only when she saw a few faintly discernible figures fighting to be the first to enter the room did she narrow her eyes and stare at the few phantoms in front of her. "This brat's body is about to die. Let me use this body." "No, we've already agreed that this is mine. How can that be? This kid looks like he's about to die. I should be the one who put in the most effort. This body of his is naturally the most suitable for me to use." I'll do it," one of the phantoms said and pounced forward. However, when the transparent figure pounced forward, it was repelled by a dazzling 8 trigrams that emitted a golden light. Odd, the phantoms pounced forward and did not leave any room for maneuver. This pounce used up all of their strength. Hence, their entire figure was struck by the light from the 8 trigrams and instantly disappeared into the air, leaving behind only a blood-curdling scream that reverberated in the air. Hearing such a scream in the middle of the night shocked the Qin family members so much that they wanted to rush over to take a look. However, when they remembered Fengjiu's instructions, They could only suppress the worry in their hearts and continue to wait. Meanwhile, in the side room, the unexpected scene shocked the few phantoms. They stared blankly as one of the phantoms disappeared into the air. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they all took a few steps back. What's going on? This brat has a treasure on him. We can't get close. You didn't have any last night. How come you have a treasure on you tonight? Who did this? The phantom spoke and tried to move forward again. However, it was the same this time. Before they could touch the person lying quietly on the bed, they saw a light emitting from his chest and bouncing them away. Hiss! How strange. This brat is wearing an 8 trigrams ancient jade on his chest. One of the ghosts said hatefully. He was somewhat unwilling to let go of the body that he had guarded for so many years. Then what should we do? We can't get close to this kid. We can only leave first and think of a way. That ancient jade is very powerful. It's not an ordinary jade. If we force our way in, I'm afraid we'll end up with our souls scattered. Then let's go first. The ghosts were discussing about leaving, but at this moment, a gentle voice with a hint of laughter was heard. They were so shocked that they let out a low cry and quickly gathered together. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Fengjiu stared at the phantoms with great interest. The corners of his lips curled into a devilish smile. Chapter 3240. It was a woman. She was dressed in tattered clothes, but had a beautiful face. She was lazily lying on the soft couch with a walking stick by her side. She stared at them with a teasing and evil charm. Being stared at by this woman's cold eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked and instinctively wanted to run. However, just as they were about to float out of the room and quickly leave, the woman's voice sounded. She slammed the walking stick in her hand on the ground, and a soul binding array appeared on the ground, trapping them inside. Since you're here, do you think you can still escape? Fengjiu narrowed her eyes and stared at the ghosts. Let us out. Who are you? We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm us? Hearing the ghost's cries, Fengjiu chuckled and picked up the gourd that her sister, Wanyan Qianhua, gave her. She twisted the lid open and pointed the mouth of the gourd at the ghosts. You can only blame yourselves for being ghosts. Instead of staying where you should be, you came out to bring disaster to the world. It would have been fine if I hadn't met you. But since I've met you, how can I not deal with you? As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual power surged from the gourd in her hand, and a powerful suction force suddenly sucked the ghosts into the gourd. As the ghosts were cleaned up, the cold aura in the room seemed to silently dissipate. She shook the small gourd and put it on her waist. After glancing at the soul binding array on the ground, she formed a seal with both hands and removed the soul binding array on the ground. She finished all this in less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. She lit up the lamp in the room. When the lamp lit up, she was surprised to see that the person who was supposed to be asleep on the bed had already woken up and was looking at her with his eyes wide open. Awake! Fengjiu raised her eyebrows in surprise. You saved me. Second young Master Qin looked at the strange woman. He wanted to get up, but found that he had no strength. He could only ask, Who are you? I'm your savior. Fengjiu said, as if she was telling the truth. She limped forward and sat down beside the bed. She reached out and naturally felt his pulse. Yes, your vitality has recovered a lot. Your pulse has also become stronger. Most importantly, the evil aura in your body has dissipated. I estimate that you should be fine after soaking in the medicinal bath again. As Fengjiu spoke, she withdrew her hand and saw him looking at her in a daze. She asked, What? Do you still have something to ask? Who are you? Second young Master Qin asked. He felt that this woman was very strange. She was actually in the same room as him in the middle of the night. Moreover, she had a calm expression. In the scene just now, Fengjiu stood up and looked at him with her walking stick in one hand. You can call me Ghost Doctor. As she spoke, she turned around and laid down on the soft couch. She took a blanket from the side and covered herself with it. She closed her eyes and rested. Have a good night's sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll find that your body has recovered a lot. Fengjiu narrowed her eyes as she spoke. She ignored him and went to sleep. Naturally, she forgot to inform the Qin clan members who couldn't sleep and were waiting. As a result, she made them wait for an entire night. It wasn't until the next day that Patriarch Sheen and the others hurried to the courtyard when the sky brightened up. Chapter 32:41. Hearing his father's voice from outside, second young Master Sheen, who was lying in the room, was stunned. His father? How could his father let a woman stay in a room alone for an entire night? Even if it didn't mean anything to him, the other party was still a woman. This would damage her reputation. At this moment, the woman lying on the soft couch stood up and walked out with her walking stick. The door opened, and he heard his father's careful voice. "Ghost Doctor, how is my son? Is he all right?" Fengjiu yawned and said, "And you can boil the medicine again today. There's no need to boil it. Just let him sit in the bathtub and soak. When the water turns cold, change it to hot water." As she spoke, she paused and said, "Didn't you arrange a courtyard for me? Find someone to bring me there." "Yes, yes." He hurriedly turned back and said to his eldest son behind him, "Bring the Ghost Doctor over personally. Ghost Doctor, this way, please." Eldest young Master Sheen gestured for her to leave. Fengjiu nodded slightly and followed him out of the courtyard to another courtyard. After she left, Patriarch Sheen, Madam Sheen, and the others all rushed to the side room. When they saw their second son, who had already woken up, they were extremely excited. That's great, that's great. It's good that he's awake. It's good that he's awake," Patriarch Sheen said excitedly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say and just nodded happily. Hunger. Mother was worried to death. "Quickly let Mother take a look." Madam Sheen quickly walked forward and looked him up and down. She couldn't help but cry. "You've been unconscious for days and nights." Mother was worried to death. Second brother. The young girl also happily squeezed forward and called out, "Father, Mother." Second young Master Sheen called out from the bed. Because his body was weak, his voice was weak. He lay on the bed and asked, "Father, who was that person just now?" "She's the Ghost Doctor. She saved you." Patriarch Sheen briefly explained the situation to him. On the other side, eldest young Master Sheen also came over after sending Fengjiu to rest. Entering the side room, he strode towards the inner room. Seeing that his second brother had already woken up, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. The Ghost Doctor really has a way. I didn't think that second brother would be able to wake up so quickly. This is really great. Big brother. Second brother, your body is weak. You should take care of yourself first. Don't worry, the Ghost Doctor said that as long as you take care of your body, there won't be any big problems in the future. On this side, their family was gathered together. On the other side, Fengjiu was lying on the bed, flipping through books on talismans. She flipped through them all morning until it was almost noon. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. "You still won't let me find it?" She turned over and got off the bed. She limped over to the table and sat down. She took out cinnabar and talisman paper from her space and began to draw talismans according to the instructions in the book. Her first attempt was unsuccessful. However, after wasting more than 10 talisman paper, she finally drew a talisman that could be cracked. "I have to try." There was a bit of eagerness in her eyes. She stretched out her weak leg and rolled up her trousers. She held the talisman between her two fingers. With a thought, a flame shot out from between her fingers and ignited the talisman. Crack! Chapter 32:42. At the same time, the bark-like thing on her hand also disappeared along with the mark. Seeing that the bark on her hand had disappeared, she stretched out her left leg and kicked it. As expected, she regained her strength and senses. Seeing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. This old man, does he think that I can't solve it just because of this? He's underestimating me too much. She stood up and practiced a set of Tai Chi in the room. After moving her muscles and bones, she felt refreshed. However, looking at the clothes on her body, she frowned and studied it left and right. She murmured, "I don't believe I can't take off these clothes." She didn't use any other methods. Instead, she called for the people outside to prepare water for her bath. Then, she came to the bathtub and urged the life flame in her body. Once the flame on her body burned, it didn't take long for her clothes to be completely burned away, revealing her snow-white skin. Simple, direct, and violent. She smiled with satisfaction and stepped into the bathtub to take a good bath. At the same time, Dan Wang in Dan Wang's valley seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes in meditation, and a trace of surprise flashed across his wise eyes. This little girl actually broke my talisman? She even knows this? What a surprise. After taking a bath, Feng Jiu changed in her favorite red robe. It was a simple outfit, but it revealed an extraordinary aura. Ghost Doctor. When Patriarch Qin's voice came from the courtyard, she opened the door and walked out. She, who was dressed in red, didn't need the tree branch as a walking stick and didn't wear those tattered and dirty clothes. When she walked out like this, the two people in the courtyard were stunned. They were somewhat startled and also somewhat stunned. Ghost Doctor? Patriarch Qin looked at her in surprise. Her face was not bad, but her tattered clothes and the way she walked with a limp, why did it seem a little different? When Patriarch Qin looked at the beautiful and cold woman dressed in red, his eyes couldn't help but flash. The shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He knew that she was extremely beautiful, but he didn't expect that a person with the same face would have such a different aura after changing her clothes and throwing away her walking stick. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and raised his voice slightly. His drawn-out voice and lazy reply made the young master of the Qin family's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but lower his eyes and didn't dare to look at him. Patriarch Qin, on the other hand, calmed himself down and said, "Ghost Doctor, how much longer does my second son have to soak in there? You've been soaking in that medicinal bath ever since the Ghost Doctor came this morning. Will your body be able to take it if you continue to soak in it?" Feng Jiu looked at the sky and said, "I'll go with you to take a look." As he spoke, he walked out. Patriarch Qin and Patriarch Qin naturally followed behind. Looking at the Ghost Doctor, who walked in front with light steps and seemed to be in a good mood, the father and son looked at each other and suppressed the doubts in their hearts. Feng Jiu arrived at second Patriarch Qin's courtyard. The moment she entered, she saw that Madame Qin and young Miss Qin were also there. As expected, they all had shocked expressions when they saw her. Chapter 3243. Ghost Doctor, tea isn't it inappropriate to go in now? Hung was soaking naked in the bathtub. Actually, she was only worried that the Ghost Doctor was a woman. If this spread, it would be bad for her reputation. After all, men wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this kind of thing. Hearing this, Feng Jiu turned around and smiled wickedly. Naked? It's fine. It's not like I haven't seen your second young master naked before. Hearing this, Madame Qin was stunned and didn't know how to react. This was different from what she had imagined. The Qin father and son who follow behind were also stunned when they heard this. However, thinking that the Ghost Doctor wasn't an ordinary person, they didn't say much and just let the people in the courtyard leave first. Help your mother back to rest. We'll take care of things here. Patriarch Qin instructed his youngest daughter and indicated for them to leave first before walking inside. Inside, Feng Jiu walked toward the bathtub. Seeing second young Master Qin sitting in the bathtub, his face flushed red. Men and women are different. How can you come in like this? Feng Jiu glanced at him. Don't worry, in my eyes, you're not a man yet. Indeed, she only treated this person as a patient and didn't treat him as a man. Moreover, it was just a man's body. Her husband's body was the real deal. Others were just SOSO in her eyes. Hearing this, second young Master Qin's face flushed red, but he didn't know what to say. He could only stare at her. He had never seen a woman like her. It was really outrageous. Give me your hand. As Feng Jiu spoke, she didn't actually get too close to the bathtub. Instead, after second young Master Qin extended his wrist, she checked his pulse and then nodded. All right, you can get up now. I'll get someone to boil some medicine for you to drink later. You'll be fine after you nurse your body back to health. As she spoke, she walked out without looking at the person in the bathtub. Patriarch Qin and eldest young Master Qin, who had just come in, looked at each other. One of them went out, and the other went forward to help their younger brother out of the bathtub. They then called for someone to come in and help him to the bed to rest. Patriarch Qin. Feng Jiu sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at Patriarch Qin, who had followed him. Yes, what orders does the Ghost Doctor have? Patriarch Qin hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Patriarch Qin, there's something I need your help with. Fengjiu looked at him and said. Hearing this, Patriarch Qin hurriedly said, Ghost Doctor, feel free to ask. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely not decline. Fengjiu nodded and said, I want to temporarily stay in your residence for a period of time. In addition, help me spread the news that those who suffer from incurable diseases can come to my residence to seek treatment. However, there are a few points that need to be made clear. She paused and looked at him. First, I won't treat those who are not dying. Second, I won't treat those who are evil and not righteous. Third, I won't treat those who are not pleasing to the eye. Also, there are only 97 slots for treatment. Hearing this, Patriarch Qin was startled. Then, he recovered and replied, Yes, I'll arrange this immediately. After Patriarch Qin agreed, he left first. He planned to personally arrange this matter and couldn't be careless. After he left, eldest young Master Qin also walked out and came in front of Fengjiu. Chapter 32:44. Fengjiu glanced at him, asking, Is there a problem? That old man had told her not to look for him, and that she could only rely on luck. If she really relied on luck, then how long would she have to stay here? Furthermore, the matter she had asked Master Qin to do was not for her to look for the patient, but for the patient to look for her. She still had a choice. Meeting that pair of eyes, his heart shook, and he couldn't help but lower his gaze. No problem. I'm just a little curious. Hearing that, Fengjiu chuckled lightly, playing with her hair, saying carelessly, It's better not to have curiosity, especially when men are with women. Don't be curious, because once you're curious, you'll want to investigate, and if you're not careful, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. This is not a good thing. Hearing that, a trace of panic flashed across eldest young Master Qin's eyes, and his face turned pale. He didn't even dare to look at Fengjiu, only lowering his head, saying, Yes, the ghost doctor's teachings are right. I'll remember it. I remember that I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Saying that, he bowed and hurriedly left the courtyard. Looking at his back, he even looked like he was fleeing. Fengjiu glanced at the departing figure and calmly retracted her gaze. How could she not know the change in eldest young Master Qin's eyes when he looked at her? If it weren't for the fact that this family had a good population, she wouldn't have stayed here and used them to do things. The second young master of the Qin family, who was resting on the bed in the room, was now lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. The conversation outside had not been hushed, so it had reached his ears. Hearing the warning contained in the careless voice, he slowly closed his eyes after being stunned for a moment. Actually, it was normal for eldest brother to be curious about the ghost doctor. Not only eldest brother, he was also curious as to why such a woman would appear here, curious as to what kind of person she was, curious as to everything about her. However, she was right. It was best not to be curious about things that one shouldn't be curious about, especially a man's curiosity about a woman. If one didn't restrain their curiosity, the more curious they were, the more they would want to understand such a person, and the more they would want to know everything about her. Of course, no matter who it was, they all understood that a woman like the ghost doctor was definitely not an ordinary woman, and definitely not a woman they could covet. Fengjiu didn't mention it again, and the eldest young master of the Qin clan didn't dare to probe further. 2 days later, more and more people came to the Qin clan residence. Fengjiu did not check the patients one by one. Instead, he instructed the Qin clan's patriarch to check the patients' backgrounds. With the Qin clan's patriarch checking the patients' backgrounds, things went smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During the 10 days that Fengjiu stayed in the Qin family, she had cured many people. Because of this, some people from other towns came over after hearing the news. However, due to the strange request of the 3 people who failed to be cured, there were not many people who could be cured by her. On this day, after treating the last patient of the day, Fengjiu wrote down a number in her notebook. Looking at the number, her eyes flashed. Chapter 32:45. After finishing her business, she returned to her room, closed the door, and flashed into the space. During this period of time, she arranged the treatment to be done during the day. At night, she would enter the space to study the pill formula that the old man gave her. During this period of time, she had gained some insights. Tonight, she wanted to try and see if she could refine the pill. Thus, after entering the space, she began to make preparations. At this time, in front of the Qin clan's door, a group of people quickly surrounded the Qin clan. The leader of the group stared at the Qin clan with a gloomy face. He raised his hand and signaled for someone to go up and knock on the door. Open the door. Quickly open the door. This group of people came in a menacing manner. Moreover, their bodies were filled with hostility. Along the way, many people followed behind them to watch. When they saw that these people had surrounded the Qin clan's mansion, some people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and quietly retreated a few steps to open up some distance from these people. Strange, these people don't seem to be people from our city. Are they from somewhere else? A man said. He looked at these people who were filled with hostility with astonishment. He felt that these people's murderous aura was very heavy. It was even heavier than the smell of blood on the bodies of ordinary black martial cultivators. I think they are people who just entered the city. As soon as they entered, they went around asking about the Qin clan's location. I wonder if they're the Qin clan's enemies. A person next to him said in a low voice. His gaze also fell on the people in front of them. These people's murderous aura is very heavy. They don't look like ordinary people, nor do they look like people from aristocratic families. Look at the symbol on their clothes. Aren't they people from the Seven Martial Sect on Four-Eye Mountain? Seven Martial Sect? Hearing this, some people took a closer look. Sure enough, they saw the Seven Martial Sect's symbol on their clothes. They couldn't help but be astonished. Why are people from the Seven Martial Sect here? What do they want to do? This Seven Martial Sect is one of the most prominent factions in the nearby cities and towns. It is said that they have a lot of disciples and their strength is not weak. Although they're not aristocratic families, they're quite popular in the surrounding cities and towns. Even those aristocratic families have to give some face to the Seven Martial Sect. Now that they have found trouble with the Qin family, in my opinion, the Qin family will be in trouble. The Qin clan is a kind and benevolent person. Usually, they didn't offend anyone. Now that the Seven Martial Sect's people suddenly came, could it be that they came for the ghost doctor who lives in the Qin mansion? Targeting the ghost doctor? Everyone looked at each other and said, "That's not impossible. After all, how many days has it been? The ghost doctor's name is well known here. Maybe they want to ask the ghost doctor to treat their illness? See a doctor? This is not the way to treat a patient." While everyone was discussing in low voices, the knocking on the door was also abnormally loud. The sound of knocking was accompanied by shouts. Not long after, the door opened and a person poked his head out. When he saw the situation outside, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? The gatekeeper asked with a trembling voice. Looking at the people outside who were menacing, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. However, when his gaze fell on the two people in the front, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. People from the Seven Martial Sect? Why are people from the Seven Martial Sect here? Chapter 3246. He didn't know why these people came and knocked on their Qin clan's door. For a moment, the gatekeeper looked at those people with fear, and in the next moment, he finally knew why these people came. Go, let the ghost doctor come out. Our Seven Martial Sect's people specially came to invite him up the mountain. One of the two middle-aged men shouted and signaled the gatekeeper to go in and call the ghost doctor out. Hearing this, the gatekeeper quickly ran inside and quickly reported the matter to the housekeeper. After the housekeeper reported, he quickly went to the master of the main courtyard. Before they came to report, the master of the Qin clan already knew from the secret guards that the Seven Martial Sect's people had come. He didn't go to ask Fengjiu to come out, but instead stepped outside. Master, outside. When the housekeeper bumped into him, he quickly wanted to say, but was stopped by the master of the Qin clan. I know, let's go. Follow me outside to have a look. He signaled and strode outside. On the other side, after eldest young Master Qin and second young Master Qin heard the news, they also prepared to go outside to have a look. However, when second young Master Qin was about to get up, he was stopped by eldest young Master Qin. Although you have been recuperating for a few days, your body hasn't recovered. It's better not to go out, just stay here. I'll go and have a look first. After saying this, Eldest young Master Qin went outside first. Fengjiu didn't know what was going on outside. At this time, she was still in the space, because the ghost doctor living in the Qin clan had indeed saved a lot of people recently. The people in the city still had a good impression of her. Because of this, when they heard that the 7 martial sects people wanted to bring the ghost doctor up the mountain, someone first quietly ran to the city lord's mansion to report what happened here. When a master of the Qin clan arrived, the Qin clan's door also opened. Some people in the clan also heard the news and rushed over, standing behind the master of the Qin clan. However, when they saw the people who surrounded the Qin clan's eyes couldn't help but flash. So it's the 3rd master and 5th master of the 7 martial sect. Master Qin looked at the 2 leaders and smiled. He cupped his hands and bowed to them. You 2 have come from afar. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Seeing Patriarch Qin's calm and steady demeanor, the eyes of the 2 leaders only flashed, and their gloomy complexions didn't ease up much. They stared at Patriarch Qin and said in a strange tone, Patriarch Qin has good means. A ghost doctor came to your house, but you actually hid him and didn't see him. Today, us 2 brothers came to invite this ghost doctor to our 7 martial sect. Patriarch Qin, don't waste time. Quickly invite that ghost doctor out. Listening to these words, Patriarch Qin smiled. Hee, I don't understand what you 2 are talking about. How can a guest of my Qin family become a person that the 7 martial sect wants? As soon as the 2 men heard this, their complexions turned cold, and a vicious aura overflowed from their bodies. Patriarch Qin, do you want to be enemies with our 7 martial sect? Who in the surrounding towns and cities doesn't know that the 7 martial sect's battle prowess is formidable? For no reason, why would my Qin clan become enemies with the 7 martial sect? Patriarch Qin's voice paused. He looked at them and said, although my Qin clan doesn't want to easily become enemies with others, if others bully my Qin clan won't let it go. Won't let it go. Chapter 32:47. I have long heard that Patriarch Qin's Qin family fist is very powerful. Today, I would like to exchange a few moves with Patriarch Qin. One of the middle-aged men walked out, his eyes locked on Patriarch Qin. This Qin will accompany you to the end. Patriarch Qin calmly said and stepped forward. A large open space was quickly cleared in front of the Qin family mansion, and the surrounding people automatically retreated a little. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, some people were worried for the Qin family, and some people had a look of schadenfreude. Young Master Qin watched his father step forward and fight with the middle-aged man, and he could not help but worry. Although he knew that his father's strength was not weak, but the opponent was the 3rd sect master of the 7 martial sect. His strength was ranked 3rd among the 7 sect masters. If he fought with his father, who knew who would win and who would lose? Patriarch Qin slightly rolled up his sleeves and stuffed them into his sleeves. Because it was a fist fight, he did not hold a weapon in his hand. He just squatted in a horse stance and assumed a fighting stance. That 7 martial sect's disciple's eyes slightly flashed, and in the next moment, he tightly clenched his fists and suddenly rushed forward. Along with the beginning of his attack, a burst of profound chi aura emerged from his tightly clenched fists, and with a whoosh, that airflow swept out, bringing along a frightening hidden strength. However, Patriarch Qin, who had assumed a stance, did not dodge, but met the other party's attack head-on. His fists were also tightly clenched, and a spiritual aura visible to the naked eye emerged on his fists. As the 2 fought, the aura of the 2 became more and more powerful. Pung, pung, pung. As the sound of the fist hitting the ground fell, a faint muffled groan could be heard. As Patriarch Qin waved his fist, the unpredictable attacks made the middle-aged man of the 7 martial sect unable to resist, and he retreated step by step, dodging in all directions. The fight between the 2 gradually became one side attacking, and the other side being beaten, which made the surrounding people somewhat dumbfounded. They knew that Patriarch Qin's strength was very strong, but they did not expect that even the 5th sect master of the 7 martial sect was not his opponent. Patriarch Qin clenched his fist and fiercely punched out. A visible spiritual aura wrapped around his fist, and it made a sharp whistling sound as it struck towards the middle-aged man. Bang! His movements were too fast, and Patriarch Qin's fist was also too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to avoid it. He could only take the punch head-on. As the fist landed, a blood-curdling scream rang out. He was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away, and the fist landed on his stomach. Although it wasn't a fatal blow, it still caused him to bend over and kneel on the ground with a plop. His face was pale, and he couldn't say anything for a while. Third brother. When the other middle-aged man saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly went forward to help him up. Third brother, are you okay? The lips of the middle-aged man, who was ranked third, trembled slightly. He felt that the pain had not yet dissipated, and he could not speak. Thank you for letting me win. Patriarch Qin retracted his fist and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he cupped his hands and said to the two people. When they heard that, the two of them glared at Patriarch Qin at the same time. After a long while, the middle-aged man helped his third brother to the side and handed him over to someone else. Then, he looked at Patriarch Qin. Chapter 32:48. Hearing this, Patriarch Qin slightly frowned. Although he didn't want to be enemies with them, they were forcing him step by step. If he backed down, how could the Qin family have a foothold in the city? At that moment, he said in a deep voice, "Okay. However, if Fifth Sect Master loses, you have to leave with your people immediately." Haha, no problem. That person replied easily, but there was a fierce glint in that pair of sinister eyes. At that moment, his figure flashed forward. As he moved, he gathered profound energy in his hands and clenched them into fists. Then, he fiercely punched out his powerful fist towards the patriarch of the Qin family. The Qin family's eldest young master and the others watched the two fight one-on-one and were slightly relieved. The 7 martial sects' 7 sect masters were ranked based on strength. Since the sect master ranked 3rd was defeated, the sect master ranked 5th was naturally nothing to be afraid of. It was because they thought of this point that when the two of them exchanged blows, almost everyone felt that Patriarch Qin would definitely win. However, when they saw the two fists colliding, the profound energy aura in front of the fists bounced the two of them a distance away, and they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. They didn't expect the 5th sect master's strength to be so strong. If it was someone else from the Qin family, no one would be his opponent, right? As they were thinking, they saw the profound chi of both sides colliding with each other. They watched as they rushed forward again and fought with their bare fists. The sound of fists hitting each other was heard. After a while, when they saw the 7 martial sects' 5th sect master's fist landed heavily on Patriarch Qin's chest, and Patriarch Qin groaned in pain. His footsteps were slightly disordered and his figure retreated, but he couldn't fight back. They couldn't help but feel strange. Strange, why didn't Patriarch Qin fight back? Patriarch Qin's face doesn't look right. He's bleeding. Patriarch Qin's chest is bleeding. Everyone was discussing. When they saw Patriarch Qin being kicked to the ground, they saw that there was a wound on his chest that was bleeding. Father, Patriarch. Patriarch Qin was shocked and quickly ran forward to help him up. Eldest young Master Qin's eyes swept over and saw a sharp blade between the man's fingers. He couldn't help but tremble in anger, and his eyes turned red. You use a dirty trick. How despicable to use a sharp blade to hurt people. A dignified disciple of the 7 martial sect actually dared to do such a despicable and shameless thing in front of so many people. It was really shameful. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was indeed a sharp blade between the fingers of the 5th sect master that were clenched into fists. When they saw this, they suddenly understood. It was no wonder that Patriarch Qin's entire body had changed after that punch. It turned out that the punch was not just a punch, but a blade had also pierced into his chest. It could only be said that the people of the 7 martial sect were too ruthless. They wanted to kill Patriarch Qin. Not good. There's poison on the knife. One of the patriarch's expression changed drastically. Looking at the fainted patriarch, whose face was purple, his heart sank. He immediately stood up and shouted angrily, "Take out the antidote." Antidote? I have the antidote. Do you dare to feed it to him?" The middle-aged man sneered, glanced at them, and said, "It's better to let the ghost doctor come out as soon as possible and obediently come with us. Otherwise, Patriarch Sheen will only be the first, and it's hard to say who will be the second." Chapter 32:49. Who is it that wants me to obediently follow them? Hearing this voice, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. They looked towards the source of the voice, and with one look, their eyes were filled with amazement. They saw that the person who came was a beautiful woman, dressed in a dazzling red dress. Her bearing was cold and elegant, and her every movement naturally exuded a calm and noble aura. Listening to her words, she was the ghost doctor who had been the talk of the town recently. During this time, there weren't many people who had actually seen the ghost doctor. At first, people only knew that she was a woman in tattered clothes who walked with a limp, but they didn't expect that the person who came out today was actually such a beautiful woman. When the people of the Seven Martial Sect saw Fengjiu, their eyes flashed with amazement, especially the middle-aged man who was ranked 5th. He stared at Fengjiu as if she was his prey. "You are the ghost doctor?" However, Fengjiu, who came out, only glanced at those people indifferently before retracting her gaze. She came to the side of the Qin family's patriarch who was being supported. She stretched out her hand to feel his pulse, then took out a pill and fed it to him. "First, send the patriarch in to rest. Let the house's doctors clean up his wounds. I will go over in a moment," she said to the Qin family's eldest young master. "Okay." After hearing her words, the Qin family's eldest young master nodded and quickly helped his father in. Behind them, the second young master, who called Fengjiu, overstood behind the others. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes were glaring fiercely at the people of the Seven Martial Sect. Because he knew that he couldn't help much, he didn't step forward and just stood behind the crowd. "Ghost Doctor, they're the people of the Seven Martial Sect. You should go in quickly. If you stay here, I'm afraid that an elder whispered to the side, worried that once she came out, things would get out of hand. After all, a woman with a beautiful appearance and medical skills that could bring the dead back to life was being watched by too many people, and she didn't have the ability to protect herself." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled slightly. "People of the Seven Martial Sect?" She looked at the two people in front of her and asked, "Are you the ones looking for me?" "Not bad." That middle-aged man who was ranked 5th stared at Fengjiu. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable radiance. "We came to invite the ghost doctor to our Seven Martial Sect as a guest, but the Qin clan's people don't know what's good for them. I think the ghost doctor should be a smart person. He should know what's best for you." "Obediently follow you?" Fengjiu chuckled. Her clear eyes turned and landed on that person. "However, with just the two of you, this is really not enough. Moreover, I have never been merciful to those who offend me. If you know what's good for you, leave behind an arm, an eye, or a leg each, then I can spare your lives." Otherwise, listening to these words, the Seven Martial Sect's people became angry. Someone angrily cursed, "What an ungrateful bastard." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a muffled groan. A silver needle had pierced into the middle of that person's eyebrows. Only a little bit of blood was left. That person's body stiffened. After a few seconds, he fell down. Bang! The death of this Seven Martial Sect's disciple made the surrounding people suck in a breath of cold air. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at that beautiful woman. They couldn't believe that she had actually killed that man with just one move. Chapter 32:50. Even the members of the Qin clan, who had been with Fengjiu for a few days, were extremely astonished and shocked at this scene. They did not know that the ghost doctor was actually a hidden expert. With just a raise of her hand, she directly killed a disciple of the Seven Martial Sect. Among the disciples of the Seven Martial Sect who were brought here today, which one of them did not have some ability? But unexpectedly, they were killed in seconds. This was too shocking. The two leaders of the Seven Martial Sect suddenly recovered. Looking at the dead disciple, a ruthless killing intent emerged in their eyes. What good ghost doctor? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, right? Good. I like to see what ability you have to be so rampant. As soon as the voice fell, The man ranked fifth moved his body and rushed forward. His tightly clenched fist contained a powerful force and attacked Fengjiu, who was standing there with an indifferent expression. Seeing this attack, many people around were nervous. If this punch landed on the ghost doctor, even if she did not die, she would be crippled. It seemed that the fifth leader had the intention to kill. "Ghost doctor, be careful," the elders standing beside Fengjiu shouted. Even second young Master Qin, who was standing at the back, was shocked when he saw this. He was about to step forward and pull her back when he saw the shocking scene below. "Cloud-swallowing beast, I want one of his hands," Fengjiu said indifferently. He did not even move. But in the next moment, the cloud-swallowing beast jumped out from space. Accompanied by a flash of light, a roar was heard. At the same time, the beast opened its big mouth and directly bit off the arm that the man waved. "Ayo! Ah!" The roar of the beast was powerful and accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Almost as soon as the roar came out, the surrounding people only felt a shock in their hearts. The blood in their body surged up fiercely. Their eardrums hurt and their heads hurt. In the next moment, one by one, they cried out in pain. Their legs went soft and they knelt down, holding their heads and screaming. "Ah!" hissed out at this moment, the cloud-swallowing beast bit off the man's arm from his shoulder and threw him more than 10 meters away. The fifth leader who was thrown out fainted from the heart-wrenching pain. He fell to the ground and did not move, as if he was dead. At this time, no one cared about him. The seven martial sects people were all screaming miserably as they were unable to stand up, especially when they saw the sacred beast that had landed steadily on the ground with a bloody arm in its mouth. They were so scared that their 3 souls and 7 spirits had disappeared. One after another, they cried out in alarm. Super divine beast! Super divine beast! Super divine beast! Roar! The cloud-swallowing beast. The cloud-swallowing martial sects people once again. The cloud-swallowing beast formed of the martial sects sect. The martial sects sect. Spare me. Spare me. The commoners who had retreated far away for fear of being affected were all stunned. Among those people, there were even a few people from the aristocratic families who were hiding in the city. There were also the city lords who had rushed over. Only, they did not expect that a super divine beast would appear in this small city. Super divine beast. This was a powerful divine beast that only appeared in legends. How could it appear in their city? This ghost doctor, just who was she? A woman who actually had such a powerful contracted beast. Chapter 32:51. The members of the Qin family, standing beside and behind Fengjiu, were completely unaffected. They just stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Also, the pressure of the cloud-swallowing divine beast was directed forward, and it was extremely suppressive towards the people of the seven martial sect. It didn't even hurt the ordinary people behind them. Therefore, the people who were holding their heads and screaming were only the people of the seven martial sect. However, what shocked them was that the ghost doctor actually had such a powerful contracted beast. Moreover, it was able to bite off one of the fifth sect leader's arms. This scene happened too quickly, and they did not even have time to stop it. They were afraid that after today, the Qin family and the seven martial sect would truly be at odds. Based on the seven martial sect style, they would not let this matter go so easily. However, in this situation, the ghost doctor could not be blamed. If she did not intervene, would she just wait to be humiliated? Fengjiu did not know that the elders were already thinking about the future. She only did what she felt should be done. Since others came to bully her, she naturally would not accept it. It was also from this seven martial sects people that she saw that this so-called sect was not a righteous sect. Therefore, she made a decision in her heart. Since this seven martial sect had a good prestige in this area, then, if the matter got out of hand before she left, she would definitely settle this trouble for the Qin clan. She would definitely not pat her buttocks and leave a mess for the Qin clan to have a headache over. Therefore, she slowly walked forward and came to the side of the swallowing cloud beast. Her gaze indifferently swept over the unconscious fifth sect leader, and then looked at the injured third sect leader who was being supported by the others. She revealed a smile. However, At this moment, the smile on her face was as terrifying as a demon in the eyes of the 7 martial sex people. What about you? Do you want to leave something behind? Or do you want to leave your life here? She stroked the swallowing cloud beast's head with one hand and stroked its hair while calmly staring at the pale third sect leader. Some people had to use their strength to suppress others. When it was time to be arrogant, they had to be. Since she had the ability to be arrogant, she naturally would not shrink back and let things go easily. Still, what do you want? The third sect leader did not expect that such a beautiful lady would be able to summon a sacred beast the moment she opened her mouth. Looking at the smile in her eyes, he could not help but shiver. How terrifying. This ghost doctor is so scary. He was simply a demon from hell. She wasn't a doctor at all. She must be a demon. You're asking me what I want. Fengjiu chuckled. It's not that I want anything, but that you all have to pay a price. She stared at the third sect leader and said, Are you going to do it yourself? Or should I help you? Seeing the bloodthirsty smile on her lips, the third order master felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He took a step back as his intuition told him that if he had not made his move, she would have ended his life right there and then. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and asked, Will you let us go if I make a move? If I'm satisfied, apologize to the Qin clan and promise that you won't come here again. I'll let you go, Fengjiu said with a smile. Chapter 3252. Don't worry, I've always kept my word, Fengjiu said calmly. Seeing this, the third clan leader looked towards the Qin clan and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, I have offended you today. I hope everyone can forgive me. Today, the ghost doctor has given me a way out. From today onwards, I will no longer find trouble with the Qin clan and the ghost doctor. When the Qin clan heard this, they looked at each other in dismay, probably not knowing what to say as they stared blankly for a moment. Then in that instant, they saw the third clan leader take a deep breath and personally gouge out one of his own eyeballs. Some of the more cowardly people screamed as they saw the bloody scene and fainted from fright. Even the Qin clan members, as well as some of the aristocratic families and city lords who were hidden among the commoners, gasped when they saw this scene. This person was ruthless to actually dig out one of his own eyeballs just like that. How could they know that the third clan leader had made this decision after much consideration? With that sacred beast here, and the ghost doctor's mysterious skills, and what she had said earlier, if he did not do it himself, and the ghost doctor did it, who knew if she would cut off one of his arms or one of his legs? Or was it to take his life? Compared to his arms and legs, he felt that losing an eye was considered light. At least his 4 limbs were still intact. And losing an eye did not mean that he could not see anything. But at this moment, the sharp pain in his spine caused his body to sway, and he staggered back a few steps unsteadily. Ghost Doctor, today I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. I will gouge out one of my own eyes to apologize to you. Is that enough? He looked towards Fengjiu and asked. Fengjiu looked at him and nodded. Take your people and leave. Hearing this, the third clan leader heaved a sigh of relief and quickly took his people away. Not long after, the people surrounding the Qin clan disappeared without a trace. Fengjiu stroked Tun Yun's head and looked at the figures of those people leaving, his eyes flashing. There was no hurry. She still wanted to stay here for a few more days, and she wanted to see if they really didn't dare to provoke her again. If they did, then she wouldn't let them off so easily like she did today. However, according to her guess, one of the 7 martial sect leaders had lost an eye, while the other had lost an arm. She reckoned that the others would not give up like this. Let's just wait and see. She patted Tun Yun's head. Tun Yun wagged its tail, and with a flash of light, it shrunk to the size of a small pet and followed her obediently. Go in, Fengjiu said to Patriarch Qin. As he walked in, he looked at second young Master Qin, who had a complicated look in his eyes. He smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you scared? Second young Master Qin shook his head. No, it's just that I didn't expect you to be so powerful. He already knew that she wasn't ordinary, but he didn't expect her to hide it so deeply that she even had a sacred beast. Fengjiu smiled and walked inside. At the same time, he patted Qin Mu's shoulder and said, There are many things you don't know. He smiled and walked inside, arriving at Patriarch Qin's courtyard. The Qin clan members outside also followed in. Not long after, the door closed again, isolating them from the outside world. The city lord and several people from the aristocratic families looked at the closed door and were all stunned for a while. It seemed that there was nothing for them to do, especially the city lord. He originally wanted to come and mediate, but who knew that things would develop in a way that was beyond his expectations. It was bloody and brutal, and the words he prepared to say to calm them down were all useless. Chapter 32:53. After entering, Feng Jiu went to Patriarch Qin's courtyard. Seeing the housekeeper standing guard there, she asked, "Has the wound been cleaned?" Reporting to Ghost Doctor, "The wound has been cleaned by the house's doctor, but the Patriarch has not woken up yet." The housekeeper quickly replied. Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded slightly and walked in. Inside, Patriarch Qin's wife and daughter were also there. Seeing her arrive, they quickly stood up to welcome her. Ghost Doctor, how is my master? Will he be okay?" Madame Qin asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I just gave him a detoxification pill outside," Feng Jiu said as she stepped forward. Once again, she took the Patriarch's pulse. Looking at the already bandaged wound, she smiled. "The poison in his body is not a problem. Later, I will write a prescription and he will be fine after drinking 2 sets of medicine." Hearing her say this, Madame Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was fine, Feng Jiu turned and walked out. Her steps paused, and she said to eldest young Master Qin and several elders, "Eldest young master, elders, please come out for a moment." Seeing this, they looked at each other and followed her outside. Outside, seeing her standing in the courtyard, one of the elders asked, "Ghost Doctor, what are your orders?" Feng Jiu looked at them and said, "These few days, everyone should pay more attention. In addition, it is best to send someone to secretly observe the movements of the 7 martial sect. If there is anything strange, you must tell me immediately." Hearing this, everyone nodded. "Ghost Doctor, rest assured, we will arrange this." "That's good. Later, send someone to get a prescription from me and boil some medicine for the Patriarch to drink," she instructed, then turned and left. After she left, the elders also discussed. Finally, they said to eldest young Master Qin, "You stay here and take care of your father. We will arrange the other things." Saying this, they also left. As the night gradually darkened, the city was still brightly lit. Today's scene had a huge impact on everyone. Even though the night was getting darker, they still did not feel sleepy. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord pondered and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "What is the origin of this Ghost Doctor? Was it true that no one knew? As a woman, and at such a young age, she actually has a sacred beast. This is truly inconceivable." It's not just the city lord who is curious about the Ghost Doctor's background. Everyone else is the same. However, many people have sent people to inquire about it, and the information they obtained is limited. As the middle-aged man spoke, his eyes flashed. It's really a great fortune for the Qin clan to be able to befriend such a person. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing, Patriarch Qin is injured. Tomorrow, Patriarch might as well bring some gifts and pay him a visit." Hearing this, the city lord was startled for a moment, then reacted, That makes sense. Tomorrow, I will go to the Qin family to visit Patriarch Qin." He smiled and said, "You should also go back and rest. Come with me tomorrow." "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled. He stood up and cupped his hands in salute before leaving. At the same time, the other aristocratic families also had the same idea. Meanwhile, in the Qin family, Feng Jiu was lying on her bed, deep in thought. She stared at the ceiling of her bed. No one knew what she was thinking about. Only when she felt sleepy did she close her eyes and sleep. Chapter 32:54. Ghost Doctor. The front hall is filled with people. All of them are the family heads of the city's aristocratic families, as well as the city lord. They said they want to meet Ghost Doctor. I wonder if Ghost Doctor would like to meet them? The housekeeper asked, slightly lowering his gaze, not daring to look directly at her. "I don't have any dealings with them in the past, and they aren't patients, so I won't meet them. You can go and reject them. Fengjiu said, continuing to eat breakfast. Yes. Hearing this, the housekeeper didn't say anything else, but respectfully responded and retreated. Not long later, second young Master Qin came to the courtyard. Seeing that she was still eating breakfast, he also sat down at the table. Ghost Doctor, my father woke up this morning. He had just come back after seeing his father. His spirit was quite good, and his consciousness had also recovered. And it's good that he's awake. Fengjiu nodded, looking at the second young master sitting at the table, smiling. It's good that you came to call me yesterday, otherwise your father would be in trouble. Hearing this, second young Master Qin revealed a smile. It's good that Ghost Doctor doesn't blame me for disturbing. Actually, he had also heard that the situation at the front was not good, so he wanted to inform her, but he didn't expect that she would directly go to the front after hearing the news. The trouble came for me, so I should be the one to solve it, Fengjiu said, putting down her chopsticks, and had people clear the things on the table. Second young Master Qin looked at her, thought for a moment, and asked, Ghost Doctor, may I ask, where did you come from? Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, What do you think? Should be from some place that we don't know about. A sacred beast, this kind of contracted beast, according to what I know, even some sects that have been around for hundreds of years don't have one. Moreover, Ghost Doctor's medical skills can really be considered to be reviving the dead. This kind of medical skills, this kind of ability, definitely doesn't come from an ordinary place. A light flashed through his eyes, and he said, Can Ghost Doctor tell me? Even if I did, you can't go there. Fengjiu shook his head and said, Where I am, spirit cultivators are everywhere, but there are fewer black martial cultivators. At first, I didn't know how far I was from where I was, but after this period of time, I know a thing or two. She smiled and took a sip of the tea served by the servant. This place is also part of the upper realm, but it's thousands of miles away. Most importantly, there's an endless forest filled with ferocious beasts as a barrier. So it's not very realistic for you to go there. Most of the people here were black martial cultivators, and their strength was not very strong, so they naturally could not cross that dangerous place. It was also because of this that the two sides were separated. Spirit cultivators would not come here, and black martial cultivators would not go there. Hearing this, second young Master Qin's eyes flashed. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he nodded. I understand. Seeing him like this, Fengjiu said, Actually, you guys are doing pretty well here. There aren't that many strong practitioners, and the suppression of strength is not that strong. However, if there is some large sect that has been here for 100 years, I reckon there should be a way to go there. Saying this, she smiled, but I still don't recommend you guys go there. Chapter 3255. Fengjiu looked at the sky and helplessly said, My master, an old man, brought me here. She sighed and stood up. I still have a few patients today, so I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to get busy first. Hearing this, second young Master Qin also stood up and walked out together with her. On the other side, after the 7 martial sects people returned to the sect, the other sect masters saw the appearance of the 2 people who returned. They couldn't help but be so angry that they fiercely slammed their fists on the table, smashing it. Preposterous. She actually dares to bully my 7 martial sects people. This Ghost Doctor really has a lot of guts. One of the sect masters angrily shouted. Looking at the pale third brother who was sitting at the side, he took a deep breath, and the anger in his chest was difficult to quell. Seeing this, the third sect master bitterly smiled. Big brother, don't be angry, listen to me. He looked at the person in the main seat and said, That Ghost Doctor took a disciple's life the moment she acted, and it was done with a single silver needle. As for Old Fifth, his arm was bitten off by the contracted beast that the Ghost Doctor summoned. As for this eye of mine, it was dug out by myself. Hiss, you dug it out yourself? How did you? After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. They were very puzzled and shocked. What kind of person was she? That's why third brother dug out one of his eyes himself? If I didn't dig out his eye, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back alive to see you. The third sect master sighed. This Ghost Doctor, we can't provoke her. She's just a woman. How can we not provoke her? What kind of heavenly ability does she have? The sect master in the main seat said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with killing intent. You don't know. Although she is a woman, her strength is unfathomable. Moreover, her contracted beast is not an ordinary contracted beast, but what? Seeing the fear in his eyes when he said this, they couldn't help but ask. The third sect master took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart, then said, It's a sacred beast. Her contracted beast is a sacred beast. Hiss. Hearing this, their faces were filled with shock. Some of them even stood up and asked in a shrill voice, Super divine beast? Are you sure? How could I be wrong? The third sect leader smiled bitterly. Once that sacred beast's aura was released, we were almost unable to withstand it. If not for the fact that the ghost doctor had a sacred beast protecting her, if not for the situation at that time, why would I have to dig out my own eyes to survive? The few of them fell silent, as if they were pondering over his words. After a long while, one of them said, This ghost doctor really isn't simple. Sacred beast, looking at our place, I have never heard of anyone with a sacred beast. It's more than that. I feel that she's not from our side. She must have come from somewhere else. I just don't know where she came from. But one thing is for sure, we can't provoke her. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. The third sect leader said with lingering fear. When they heard this, they looked at each other and said to the third sect leader, after going out for a while, you seem to have become timid. Chapter 32:56. Listening to his words, several people's hearts were moved. This ghost doctor injured old 3 and old 5 like this. If we don't teach her a lesson, how can our 7 martial sect establish ourselves? What's more, I feel that if we use our brains, we can capture the ghost doctor and make her contract beast our 7 martial sects. That will be a great help. Second brother, you can't. Hearing this, the third sect master's face changed. I already agreed. I won't cause trouble for them anymore. He was really scared. They didn't personally experience it, so they didn't know that when he faced the ghost doctor, his heart was filled with fear. Old 3, your courage is too small. What's more, she caused you to dig out your own eye. How can we let this matter go? How about? His voice paused, looking at the others. If we can't do it openly, then we won't do it secretly. What do we say? Good. The others' eyes were filled with excitement. How can we be humiliated by a girl like this? We must teach her a lesson. As for that sacred beast, we will do it secretly, don't confront it. At that time, without the sacred beast's help, what can the ghost doctor do? Several people discussed in the hall. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Only the third sect master listened to their words. His face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was restless. He was thinking if they really wanted to make a move against the ghost doctor, then he had to go out and lie low for a while. The ghost doctor's power was too strong, to the point that he couldn't walk out from her pressure, let alone think about scheming against her. They dared, but he didn't dare. 2 days later, the 7 martial sects people secretly sneaked into the city. And when they sneaked into the city, the Qin clan's people also received the news. After the clan elder told the eldest young master about this matter, he asked him to find Fengjiu and tell her about it. Eldest young master Qin came to the courtyard. Seeing Fengjiu sitting in the courtyard, he said, Ghost Doctor, the 7 martial sects people have begun to move. Fengjiu, who was reading a medicine book in the courtyard, heard this, put away the medicine book in her hand, and asked, They came to the city again? Yes. The hidden guards sent by the elders have found out that they have secretly entered the city. First young Master Qin looked at her and asked, What should we do next? Fengjiu walked slowly and gracefully in the courtyard. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for them to come. Since they refuse to take the path to heaven, then don't blame her for opening the gates to hell for them. At night, the surroundings were pitch black and the streets were deserted. At this moment, the several 7 martial sect leaders came together and surrounded the Qin family with their people. Below the wall, the gatekeeper asked, Have you drugged him? Don't worry, big brother. I've already bribed the servants to drug the water they drink. Now, they're probably sleeping like dead pigs, waiting to be slaughtered by us. Hearing this, The gate master nodded. Very good. Lead a group of people and sneak in first. We'll be right behind you. All right. After answering, he waved his hand and led a group of disciples to quietly enter the Qin family. However, when they jumped into the Qin family's gate, they faintly smelled a faint fragrance permeating the air. Is this the fragrance of flowers coming from the garden? It smells pretty good, the person in front said while walking inside. After making sure it was safe, he let the people behind him come in. Chapter 32:57. Therefore, when they suddenly collapsed one by one, the people behind them did not notice. What they saw was Tan Yin appearing out of nowhere and dragging the fallen people out one by one. Qin Mansion was silent. Tonight seemed to be quieter than any other night. Even the guards on night patrol could not be seen. It was not that they were not patrolling, but Feng Jiu had instructed them not to go out tonight and not to come out even if they heard any commotion. Therefore, although they were curious about what had happened outside, they did not leave. They did not step out of their rooms. In a pavilion not far from the garden, Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red, sat there and drank wine. She glanced at the unconscious people who were dragged out of the garden by Tan Yin. After knowing that these people had entered the city, she told the Qin clan members not to leave their rooms as soon as night fell. She had set up a lot of formations in the Qin clan and even used some medicine in the formations. As long as they dared to enter, she would be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Looking at the disciples of the 7 martial school who were dragged out of various formations by Tan Yin, Feng Jiu twitched the corners of her mouth. They dared to come with such little strength. The ignorant were really fearless. Master, there seems to be no one in the formations, Tan Yin said and looked at her master in the pavilion. They probably noticed, but it doesn't matter. Old Bai is guarding outside. Since they're here, they won't let any of them escape. Feng Jiu said and put down her wine cup. She stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." Yes. Tan Yin responded and followed her out. Outside, there was no movement from the people who went in. This made the Great Gate Master and Second Gate Master, who were guarding outside, feel uneasy. Looking at the quiet Qin mansion, they frowned. Why is there no movement? Could something have happened? If something had happened, it would be impossible for there to be no movement. The two of them discussed for a while and said, "Why don't we send someone in to take a look?" Okay. Therefore, the two of them beckoned for someone to go in and take a look, who knew that the person would not return. After waiting for a while and not seeing that person return, the two men's expressions changed, and they immediately said, "Something must have happened. Retreat." They raised their hands and were about to leave with their people when they suddenly heard a sound behind them. They turned around and saw a strange-looking snow-white horse. "Chi!" White snorted twice, flicked his tail, and looked at those people. Then he raised his head and raised his chin slightly, looking at them with an insufferably arrogant look. Then he opened his mouth and said, "How dare you have designs on my master with your pathetic looks? Are you tired of living?" That 7 martial sect's disciple was dumbfounded as he looked at the white horse that could speak human language with a dumbfounded expression. His heart was startled as he involuntarily retreated. "You, what kind of beast are you?" "I am your ancestor." White glanced at him with disdain. He opened his mouth to reveal his teeth and laughed. "You want to run? Don't waste your energy. Since you're already here, it would be strange if my master let you leave." Chapter 32:58. This is the sacred beast. No, this is a female beast. That sacred beast is a male beast. A terrified voice trembled as he looked at the squatting female beast, then looked at the talking white horse, and could not help but retreat. "Go." The sect leader's expression changed, and he immediately gathered his chi, preparing to escape. Who knew? Just as he gathered his chi and his figure was in the air, Lao Bai's body changed, and he instantly flew into the air, swinging his tail and fiercely striking him down. "Peng! Pooh! My master did not allow you to leave. Why are you leaving?" Lao Bai transformed into a dragon, circling in the air, looking at the figures that had been struck down by him. The female beast, Tan Yun, lazily stretched and stood up, walking around, a pair of ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes staring at the people who were preparing to escape. Those people were stared at by its gaze, and they only felt a strong pressure pressing down on their heads, causing their legs to go soft, and they fell to the ground. The two beasts, one in the air and one on the ground, stared at those people until they saw a red figure appear out of nowhere, sitting on the wall and looking down. When the female beast saw Tun Yun, its eyes lit up, the ferocious look in its eyes disappeared, and it looked at it like a love-struck fool. Tun Yun caught a glimpse of its gaze, and the corner of its mouth twitched slightly. It fiercely glared at it and turned its head away. Feng Jiu saw the actions of the two contracted beasts and smiled in his heart. His gaze shifted and fell on the people below. Sect leader of the Seven Martial Sect? The sect leader, who had been thrown down by Tun Yun, heard this voice, turned around, and could not help but be shocked. You are the ghost doctor? That's right, I'm the ghost doctor. Feng Jiu said leisurely, sitting on the wall. Her entire person looked very leisurely, one hand supporting the wall, the other holding a wine gourd, slightly raising her head to take a sip of wine. Her posture was indescribably elegant and indescribably beautiful. Under the moonlight, the red-clothed beauty sat alone on the wall, drinking wine. Her every movement exuded confidence and laziness. A trace of wine slipped from the corner of her mouth, slipped into her clothes, and disappeared. This scene was extremely captivating, and it caused one's mouth to go dry. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the Seven Martial Sect's members, she was an extremely dangerous figure. So how could they have any other thoughts? I originally thought that as long as all of you didn't cause trouble, I would let your Seven Martial Sect off. But I never expected that all of you would seek death. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as her voice fell, her eyes narrowed as she stared at the two Seven Martial Sect's sect masters. She then said to the devouring cloud mother, "Kill them." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the mother beast leaped up and slashed its claws at the two of them. Roar! A low roar resounded like a clap of thunder, causing the hearts of some of the people in the city who were paying attention to the Qin family to tremble. Mournful screams streaked across the night sky in the next moment, but quickly fell. The smell of blood permeated the air, and the two bodies on the ground fell down and twitched. Two pairs of eyes were still looking in front of them with horror, and even when they breathed their last, they could not close their eyes. Chapter 32:59. Well done. Feng Jiu curled his lips, glanced at the two dead men, then glanced at the Seven Martial Sect's disciples who were kneeling on the ground in fear. Master, do you want to kill them too? The mother beast licked its claws and asked Feng Jiu, its bloodthirsty eyes staring at the disciples. No, spare our lives. When the disciples heard this, they quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly and said, I don't want to kill you, but you have to cripple your cultivation. Cripple my cultivation? What? Don't you want to keep your life? Then, before she finished her words, she heard those people quickly say, No, we want to keep our lives. We want to keep our lives. Compared to their cultivation, they wanted to keep their lives. What's more, if they crippled their cultivation, they could cultivate again. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Thus, the 20 to 30 people crippled their cultivation one by one, only to see the aura of Xianqi emitted from their body. Like a deflated balloon, one by one, their faces turned pale. Feng Jiu glanced at them and said coldly, This is the only chance to live. Get lost. Hearing this, someone trembled and said, Our other sect masters. Do you think they can still live? Feng Jiu sneered. Hearing these words, those people finally gave up. One by one, they helped each other up and quickly left. Watching them leave, the mother beast could not help but scratch its head. Master, why did you let them go? Wouldn't it be easier to kill them? It really did not know what humans were thinking. If it was it would directly kill these people and end all troubles. Feng Jiu smiled and looked at it. You've been with me for some time now, but I haven't given you a name yet. Let's call you Lightning. The cloud-swallowing beast was a ferocious beast of the wind attribute. It was extremely fast, so it was appropriate to name it Lightning. Hearing this, the The mother beast was slightly taken aback. It didn't understand why its name was mentioned, but when it heard the name, it was overjoyed. It immediately said, "Lightning thanks Master for bestowing a name." Fengjiu waved his hand and placed Senior White back into space. After that, he took Tunyun back to the estate and removed the formations within it. In the end, he asked Tunyun to summon the elders of the Qin clan. When those elders arrived at the mansion's garden, they saw that the several seven martial sect masters had already been killed, as well as the pile of unconscious disciples of the seven martial sect. They were all stunned. "Ghost Doctor this. I'll leave these people to you. From today onwards, you don't have to worry about the seven martial sect coming to find trouble with you. Even if there are a few of them alive, they won't have the guts to provoke your Qin family." As Fengjiu spoke, he glanced at the people on the ground. He then looked at the Qin clan and said, "I've been here for a while. I originally planned to leave after treating 100 people, but I have to leave early today." "The Ghost Doctor is leaving?" They were shocked and couldn't help but look at her. "Yes." She nodded and said, "Currently, the patients I've treated are all fine, and I've stayed here for some time. Now that I've helped you get rid of the trouble, it's time for me to leave." Second young Master Qin walked out of nowhere, looked at her, and asked, "After the Ghost Doctor leaves, will you come back?" Chapter 3260. Hearing that, second young Master Qin looked deeply at her and said, "Then take care." He hoped that he would have the chance to see her again in the future. She nodded slightly and said, "I'll leave tomorrow. After I've settled the matters in this courtyard, you can all go back and rest." With that, she returned to the courtyard first. She had originally planned to stay here until she had treated 100 people before leaving. However, she suddenly felt like visiting other places tonight and decided to leave. After she left, the elders looked at those unconscious people and couldn't help but exchange glances. The next day, Fengjiu woke up at noon. After she had her meal, she went to visit Master Qin and bid him farewell at the same time. The Qin family sent her out of the city and only returned after watching her leave. It was also because of this that many people in the city knew that the Ghost Doctor had left. After leaving the city, Fengjiu sat on the rainbow glass feather and flew. She enjoyed the cool breeze that blew against her face as she took out some wine to drink. She was really aimless here and didn't know where to go. Fortunately, there weren't many places left for the 100 people. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know where to find them. She flew all the way and swept past the nearby towns. When night fell, she casually found a place to rest. When the sun rose, she continued to fly and leave. Just like that, until the evening of the second day. Seeing that the sky was about to darken again, she saw a village in the distance and planned to stay there for the night. However, when she neared the village, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the village in front of her. In front of her was a small village with 20 to 30 houses. It looked very much like an ordinary village. However, when she neared, she inexplicably felt a cold air pervading the surroundings. She frowned and stopped in her tracks. Instead of going forward, she turned around and left this place. Based on her intuition, this village wasn't normal. If she went in, she would probably get into trouble again. Therefore, after some hesitation, she still chose to avoid it. Normal people wouldn't be able to live in such a cold place. Even if there was, it could only be something that couldn't see the light of day. After she left the place, she didn't go forward. Instead, she retreated to a place about 500 meters away. She lit a fire and rested there until the sky turned completely dark. In the pitch-black night, faint howls could be heard. In the middle of the night, she leaned against the hillside to rest. In front of her was a bonfire that emitted a warm aura. Throughout the night, even with her eyes closed, she felt several things trying to get close to her. However, in the end, they all left after hesitating. Furthermore, she had summoned the cloud-devouring beast and lightning in the middle of the night. They stood guard on either side of her, and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. Those filthy things did not dare to approach her at all. Furthermore, she was wearing the gourd that her sister, Wanyan Qianhua, had given her. The night passed quietly. When dawn broke the next day, the bonfire in front of Fengjiu was extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke rising in spirals without a single spark. Chapter 32:61. She raised an eyebrow. She did not think that it would be like this. However, seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary during the day, she did not think that things would change once the sun went down. Sitting on the feather, she flew past without stopping for long. She followed the mountain path, winding and winding as if there was no end to it. On the other side, in Sifong City, as the sky gradually darkened, the people in the streets began to return home. The shops were all closed. In the darkness of the night, 12 cultivators covered in black robes arrived in front of the Feng Manor's main gate. Looking at the manor before them, they looked at each other. "It's here. That's right." The information I received was that Whirlwind Blade, Mei Wu Ying, who had disappeared for a long time, is in the Feng Manor as a housekeeper. There is also a child in the Feng Manor that rarely shows his face. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the one we are looking for. Apparently, the master of the Feng Manor is a woman called Fengjiu. She also has another identity, the Ghost Doctor. She came from the lower realm, which is similar to what we investigated. Also, there is a male master called Xinyuan Mos. He rarely appears. Hearing this, the black-clothed person among the 12 narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. Who would have thought that the child would still be alive and in the hands of the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu? If we can capture that child, the following matters will be much easier. According to our people's inquiries, the ghost doctor should not be in the manor. Right now is the best time for us to make a move. In truth, they had also heard that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu's power in the lower realm was not normal, especially in this world where she was the master of 2 of the sex elders. If they met force with force, the losses would be disastrous. However, now that she was not in the manor, it would be even more convenient for them to make a move. That Whirlwind Blade, Mei Wu Ying, is in the manor. He will definitely hinder us. Yufer will be responsible for drawing him away. Everyone else, come with me. There's no need to fight. As long as we capture that little demon, we will leave. The person in the middle spoke in a gloomy voice. His cold gaze fell on a manor in front of them. Yes, everyone responded. Then, 4 of them stepped forward while the others hid in the darkness. Elder Mei, who was keeping watch at night in the Feng Manor, suddenly opened his eyes. His heart faintly felt a sense of unease. He looked at the sky, then released his divine sense to scan the manor. With this sweep of his divine sense, his heart suddenly trembled, and he quickly stood up. "Who are you?" he shouted in a deep voice. His voice, which contained spiritual qi, spread to every corner of the Feng Manor. It could be considered a reminder to Leng Hua and the others in the manor. It was all because, with a sweep of his divine sense, he could tell that the cultivation levels of the 4 people were extremely high. Almost at the same time Old Mei spoke, Leng Hua and the others, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up immediately. Leng Hua walked toward his sister's courtyard. Under normal circumstances, even if someone barged in, Old Mei would quietly take care of them. He had never warned them like he did tonight. Clearly, the person who had come was very strong and was not someone a normal person could deal with. The Yama Lord was in seclusion in the manor. No one else was there. Only the few of them were guarding the manor. During this period of time, nothing major had happened. Now that something had suddenly happened, he immediately became vigilant. Chapter 32:62. Upon hearing this, Leng Shuang's heart sank. "Okay, I'll take the little master and hide in the secret room right away." The secret room was an escape route and also a place to hide. After hearing Leng Hua's words, she immediately thought of that place. Her master was not here, and the Yama Lord was in seclusion. That was the safest place. Leng Hua immediately escorted her and the child to his master's courtyard. After sending her and the child into the secret room, he said, "Sister, no matter what happens, you can't come out." "What about you? Are you not going in?" Leng Shuang looked at him worriedly. "Elder Mei is dealing with it alone. I'll go to the front to help. Besides, the Yama Lord is still in seclusion, and the Fire Phoenix is still guarding the back of the mountain. Don't worry about me." After saying this, he quickly turned and left after pushing her in. Leng Shuang hugged the child in her arms tightly. She lowered her head and looked at the child. In the end, she clenched her teeth and retreated inside. However, she held her breath and kept an eye on the situation outside. Qin Xian, who had just arrived, ran into Leng Hua and said, "I heard someone barging in. Go to the back of the mountain. The enemy should be very strong. You're definitely not their match. Hurry up and go to the back of the mountain." Leng Hua said, and then went forward. When Qin Xian saw this, she wanted to ask where Leng Shuang and the child went. However, she didn't have a chance. Judging from his appearance, they should be safe for now. However, she felt that it was inappropriate for her to go to the back of the mountain like this. Although she wasn't strong, she had been practicing the zither music score that her master gave her. She had some understanding of it. Perhaps she could help a little. Immediately, she took a deep breath and jumped to the highest point in the mansion. In front of them, Elder May looked at the 4 people surrounding him in 4 different directions. A dark light flashed through his eyes. However, his expression didn't change as he asked, "Who are you?" Do you think that just because you shaved your head and hid here, no one would recognize you as Whirlwind Blade Mei Wuying?" One of them laughed in a low voice. His narrowed eyes landed on old May, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Hearing these words, old May's heart sank. Next, a powerful pressure and killing intent burst out his body. "What do you want? That little demon should be in the Feng Manor, right?" He stared at old May and chuckled softly. "I truly did not expect that after searching for so long, that little devil has actually returned to the upper bound. This is truly good news. The person you're looking for is not here," Meja said in a calm voice. He turned his hand, and a pitch-black thick sword appeared in his hand. The sword didn't look sharp, but when he brushed it with his spiritual power, the pitch-black thick sword seemed to have been sharpened. The edge of the sword flashed with a sharp cold light, and the sword aura was refracted. It was very sharp and frightening. "Is that so?" That person clearly didn't believe him. He only snorted coldly. In the next moment, he flew forward. The swords in the hands of the 4 people were slanting. They drew a sharp sword aura on the ground. When the sword aura rubbed against the ground, sparks flew. It was very conspicuous in the night. "If we kill you, who will be able to protect that little demon?" Xiao. Clang. Xiao. Chapter 3263. Clang. The 4 swords landed on old May's thick black saber at the same time, emitting a crisp clanging sound. Powerful energy, swords shot out from the blades of the swords, heading toward old May. However, they were blocked by the energy of the black saber that old May had used as a shield. The 4 black robe cultivators were shocked when they saw that old May had blocked their attacks all by himself. They seemed to have thought of something and were about to say something. However, they saw old May withdraw his black saber in an instant. His figure flashed like a ghost and appeared behind them. The sharp energy swords slashed at their backs, and the 4 of them felt a sense of impending doom. "Whoosh! Whirlwind Blade!" Mei Feng shouted. The thick black saber slashed out a whirlwind of energy, swords at a speed too fast to be heard. The whirlwind blade slashed toward the 4 of them. The sound of their black robes being torn apart could be heard. In the next moment, the 4 of them cried out in alarm and groaned in pain. Hiss! Damn it! Although the 4 of them dodged as fast as they could, their backs were still slashed to varying degrees. This slash tore through their black robes and flesh, leaving behind deep marks. Along with the blood gushing out, the smell of blood also spread in the air. A powerful pressure enveloped them at this moment, causing the blood in their bodies to surge violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out in shock. You have already advanced to become a mid-god expert." This realization made them suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at the old man in front of them, who was emitting the pressure of a mid-god expert, in disbelief. As far as they knew, he was originally a low-god expert. How could it be so easy to advance from low-god to mid-god? However, he had actually advanced without a sound. When did this happen? How could there be no news of a low-god expert advancing to the next level? Mei Feng narrowed his eyes. The black saber in his hand spun, emitting a cold, murderous aura in the night. He did not speak. Instead, He took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack with his saber. His saber technique and movement technique began to change along with the powerful energy flowing from his body. If he was still holding back before, then at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: kill them. It was with this thought in mind that he struck out to kill them. His speed was as fast as lightning. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was beheaded by his saber. The other three were shocked when they saw this and immediately cried out, "Someone, come quickly!" Originally, they were planning to lure him out of the Feng Manor. Who would have thought that Mei Wuying's strength would advance to the next level? With just a few of them, how could they be his opponent? The few people who were waiting in the shadows thought that Mei Wuying would not be able to fight against the four of them, no matter how powerful he was. Thus, they waited with ease. However, as time passed, they did not see Mei Wuying being lured out of the mansion. They could not help but feel a little surprised. At this moment, they heard a cry of surprise from inside. "Let's go." Numerous figures appeared in a flash and headed towards the Feng Manor. When they entered, they saw two corpses on the ground. One had his head chopped off, and the other had his waist cut in half. The other two were injured, and their faces were filled with terror as they fled in all directions. When they saw these people in the past, it was as if they had seen their saviors, and they rushed over. Chapter 3264. The bloody scene unfolded right before their eyes, causing the pupils of those who had just entered to shrink. They looked at the bald, old man who was wielding the black saber like a god of death in shock. Whirlwind Saber Mei Wuying. He had actually become a mid-god expert. Motherfucker, why didn't the person who had asked around say that he was already a mid-god expert? They were all immortal emperors and were already considered top-notch experts. Initially, they had thought that even if old Mei was only a low deity, they would still be able to break through his defenses and take the kid away. Alas, the biggest flaw in their plan was that nobody had told them that old Mei was already a mid-deity expert. Swish! Facing the sharp energy of the saber, their hearts skipped a beat. They quickly dodged and calmed themselves down. "Two of you, go find the little brat. We'll hold him back." If he was a low god expert, these immortal emperors could still go all out. However, he was a mid-god expert. There was a difference of 2 levels between them and a mid-god expert. They admitted that they couldn't defeat him. The only thing they could do was hold him back so that he wouldn't have the time to do anything else. Hearing their words, Elder Mei became anxious. He waved the saber in his hand even faster. However, at this moment, he saw Leng Hua walking out and facing the 2 black-robed men. "Leng Hua, leave quickly. You're no match for them." Elder Mei shouted, worried that something bad would happen to him. Not long after Leng Hua's figure appeared, Hui Lang and Ying Yi also rushed out from behind. The 3 of them joined forces to face the 2 black-robed men. They immediately started fighting. However, the 2 black-robed men were much stronger than them. After exchanging a few moves, they were suppressed by the pressure of the 2 black-robed men. The 3 of them were sent flying. They crashed heavily into the mansion's wall and fell to the ground. Pooh! The 3 of them coughed out blood. They clutched their chests and tried to stand up. However, they found that they couldn't stand at all. The pressure of the immortal emperors directly caused the blood in their bodies to churn. They coughed out another mouthful of blood, worsening their injuries. "A few brats dare to fight with us? You guys overestimate yourselves." The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly and swept his gaze across the 3 people on the ground with disdain. With their strength, killing the 3 people in front of them was as easy as crushing an ant. Just as they gathered a stream of air in their palms and approached step by step, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the 3 people, a strange sound of a zither rang out in the air. The voice carried spirit force as it spread through the air. The voice was focused on the 2 black-robed cultivators. The voice was extremely unpleasant to hear, and it was impossible to tell what tone it came from. However, the 2 black-robed cultivators felt their eardrums hurt. It was as if the voice was like a poisonous snake that drilled into their minds, causing their heads to ache. Damn it, who's playing the zither? The pain in their eardrums made their hearts go wild. The sound of the zither reverberated in their minds, causing them to involuntarily form illusions. They saw the other party as an enemy and suddenly attacked the other party. "I'll kill you!" With a cold shout, the two black-robe cultivators also attacked the other party. Every move was swift and deadly. The three people on the ground couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. It was Chin Xin who was playing the zither. She was a woman who hadn't been by their master's side for long. Yet she was able to use Chin Xin to disturb the minds of two immortal emperors and create illusions for them. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 32:65. Her strength to begin with was limited. She forced herself to play this song because she saw that the lives of Lung Hua and the others were in danger. Hence, she decided to take the risk. However, the hearts of immortal emperors were extremely tough. It wasn't easy to disturb them. She could only do so much. She wouldn't be able to persist for long. The two men were distracted by the zither music because they were careless. When they were injured and felt the pain, they suddenly woke up. At this moment, Chin Xin spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash from the zither music. The zither string in her hand broke, and her body, which was sitting cross-legged, fell to the side. Over there, damn it. Perhaps it was because they thought that their minds were easily disturbed by the sound of the zither. The two of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. One of them raised his chi and attacked with his palm. A wind blade flew towards the heart of the zither. "Be careful." Chin Xin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She had just sat up when she saw the attack coming. A strong pressure enveloped her, making it impossible for her to dodge. She could only take the attack head-on. Bang! A loud sound rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Below, Lung Hua, Grey Wolf, Ing Yi, and the other two only saw her being sent flying, crashing down from a high place. Chin Xin. The three of them gritted their teeth and endured the intense pain in their bodies as they stood up. After they consumed a pill, they once again wielded their swords and attacked the two people. Thus, they did not know that the zither heart that had fallen from a high place was caught by the fire phoenix that had come from the back of the mountain. The fire phoenix put Chin Xin on the ground and spat out a pill from its mouth to feed her. Then it flapped its wings and flew forward. When it arrived, it saw that Elder Mei was surrounded by several black-robe cultivators, and Lung Hua, Hui Lang, and Ing Yi were covered in wounds. The swords in the hands of the two black-robed cultivators pierced through the shoulders of Lung Hua and Grey Wolf. As the swords were pulled out, a column of blood spurted out. Yes, the two men fell to the ground with pale faces. Their wounds were overflowing with blood, and their mouths were also spitting out blood. One of the men in black stepped on Grey Wolf's face and raised his sword to rush towards Grey Wolf's chest. But at this time, Ing Yi rushed forward and knocked the man away. Because of this, Ing Yi was hit in the abdomen. Seeing how badly injured they were, Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with rage. "How dare you touch them? I'll kill all of you." The oppressive aura of the ancient divine beast struck out, causing the ground to shake violently. The powerful aura descended from the sky, pressing everyone who was standing to the ground with a bang. It was as if there was a huge magnet on the ground that instantly sucked them in, causing them to be stuck to the ground and unable to stand up. Bang, bang. Sounds of bodies falling to the ground rang out, startling the black-robed cultivator. From the corner of his eye, he saw the ancient divine beast fire phoenix return to its original form with flames surging around its body as it charged towards them. Ancient mythological beast fire phoenix. Wasn't it supposed to be by Fengjiu's side? Why is it here? The black-robed cultivators widened their eyes in shock. Damn it! Wasn't Ghost Dr. Fengjiu supposed to be absent? Why was her contracted beast here? However, in the next moment, the ancient mythological beast flapped its wings and opened its mouth, shooting out numerous flames that rapidly burned towards them. Chapter 32:66. When the people fighting with Elder Mei saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they no longer cared about anything else and quickly shouted, "Retreat!" They did not stop and retreated. With a flip of their robes, they seemed to have used a teleportation treasure and instantly disappeared into the night. Seeing them escape, Elder Mei's heart sank. He arrived beside Leng Hua and the others and helped them up, asking, "Where's the young master?" "He's fine. My big sister is guarding him," said Leng Hua as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. As for the two black-robed men, they were burned to ashes by the flames. Before they died, their primordial spirits wanted to escape, but they were burned by the fire phoenix's flames. "Qin Exine, quickly take a look at Qin Exine," said Leng Hua as he had Elder Mei look at Qin Exine, who had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Elder Mei quickly retreated and sent Qin Xin back to the courtyard. Then, he arranged for the few of them to return. At this moment, Leng Shuang, who was in the secret chamber, was about to come out. She wanted to go back and see what was going on. However, right at this moment, she heard a wild laughter coming from the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Old Mei, who was in the midst of settling Leng Hua and the others down, heard the voice and his heart sank. He ordered, "Don't come out." The moment he finished speaking, he rushed out and soared into the air. At the same time, the voice that appeared in the sky above the Feng Manor was so powerful that it caused the hearts of all the people in Four Corner City to tremble and wake up from their dreams. They came out of their rooms and looked in shock at the whirlpool that had appeared in the pitch-black sky. They looked at the face of a person wearing a mask in the middle of the whirlpool and could not help but pale as they cried out, Who is this person? Who has he come for?" Such a powerful person was actually able to tear through the void and appear in the sky. His voice was so powerful that it caused the ground to tremble. Even the people from the four great sects would not be a match for such strength. In this four-corner city, who had the ability to actually offend such a powerful figure? Inexplicably, a figure flashed through their minds, and they almost blurted out a name. Fengjiu. Other than Fengjiu, who else in Four Corner City would have the guts to make an enemy out of such an expert? Just as she was thinking this, she saw a hand reach out from the sky. That hand was filled with a powerful aura, and it suddenly shot towards the Feng Manor. With a whoosh, that powerful aura flew through the air and struck the ground below. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Even the people in the city could feel the power of the impact. They didn't even dare to stand on the roofs to watch, because that would expose them to the person in the vortex in the sky. In the sky above the Feng Manor, Elder Mei avoided the attack from above. He looked down at the place where the manor had been destroyed and saw a deep crater. He immediately raised his head and flew into the sky. When he got close, he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on the thick black blade in his hand. The black blade suddenly became many times larger. The sharp blade aura gave off a frightening aura. Following that, he fiercely slashed upwards. A cold blade aura suddenly shot out and headed towards the vortex in the sky. Blade Shadow, Chapter 3267. However, this attack of his was slapped down by a huge palm imprint from above. Just like that, the astral saber energy that had soared into the sky transformed into an air current and dissipated in the air. As for the palm imprint that was slapping down, it did not disappear. Instead, after slapping away the astral saber energy, it slapped down toward Old Mei, smacking him down from the sky. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the palm landed on Elder Mei's body. Immediately after, Elder Mei's entire body fell to the ground. When his body hit the ground, he created a hole in the front yard of the Feng Manor. His entire body lay in the hole, unable to move. His eyes stared at the whirlpool in the sky. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and it seemed that the blood could not be stopped. It continued to flow out, causing the fire phoenix to be shocked. "Elder Mei!" The fire phoenix shouted and flew forward to give him a pill so that he could protect his heart meridian. But who would have thought that there would be another palm print with overwhelming killing intent coming towards it? The fire phoenix immediately spread its wings and released a powerful ancient pressure to meet the palm print that was coming down on it. The two forces did not give way to each other. The palm above already had the upper hand, and seeing that the first palm had been blocked by the fire phoenix, another palm came at it. It was as if it wanted to take down the fire phoenix, not giving it any chance to breathe. The fire phoenix raised its head and let out a phoenix cry. It flapped its wings, and the flames on its body shot into the sky with a whoosh. Following the flames on its body, another flame was spat out from its mouth and shot into the sky. The flames followed the flow of air and burned the dark clouds in the night sky red. The entire sky was filled with burning clouds, and a fierce wind blew. It was as if the masked person in the whirlpool was still there. It was as if the flames were nothing to him. Ancient divine beast fire phoenix. Today, this Lord will take care of you. That gloomy and sharp voice came out, and a huge black claw that seemed to be solid suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was not the hand of a human, but the huge claw of a contracted beast. The entire claw was huge and pitch black, and the sharp claws were suffused with a cold light in the flames. The huge claw came down from above and grabbed the fire phoenix. It was as if it did not fear the ancient pressure. Almost at the same time that the huge black claw came down, the fire phoenix's eyes narrowed. The aura of an ancient divine beast. It immediately flapped its wings and flew away, avoiding the claw. At the same time, it raised its sharp claws and attacked the claw with fierce air currents mixed with flames. But unexpectedly, its attack had no effect on the huge black claw. It was as if its attack had directly passed through the huge black claw. Ha ha! Do you think you can hurt me? Today, this Lord will break your wings and make you submit to this Lord. The savage voice was filled with a powerful pressure. In the whirlpool, the masked face poked out a little. It even reached out its hand to grab at the black claw, blocking it on the left and right. Boom! Bang! Chapter 32:68. The fire phoenix was stunned and looked towards the back of the mountain. At this moment, it was both pleasantly surprised and worried. It was pleasantly surprised that the Yama Lord had finally advanced after being in seclusion for a long time. But it was worrying that he would run into trouble during this period of time. If something went wrong, he might not even be able to advance and be injured. Sure enough, when the figure in the sky saw the bolt of lightning descend, he stopped his attack. His gaze fell on the back mountain of the Feng Manor. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and sent a palm strike towards the back of the mountain. When the fire phoenix saw this, a fierce killing intent flashed across its phoenix eyes. It folded its wings, and the pressure from its entire body shot out like a sharp arrow towards the whirlpool above. Whoosh! The fire phoenix flew through the air and entered the whirlpool, attacking the figure in the whirlpool. However, before it could hit its target, its neck was grabbed by a pair of giant black claws. It was the claws of an ancient beast. It struggled with all its might in the air, but for some reason, its flames could not burn the huge black claw, nor could it hurt that person. Boom! The second bolt of lightning struck. Hearing the sound, Lung Hua, Hui Lang, and Ing Yi, who were lying in the courtyard due to their injuries, were extremely excited. They knew that the Yama Lord had advanced. Only one more bolt of lightning. Only one more bolt of lightning, and he would be able to break through. Above the whirlpool, the hand flipped and sent a palm strike towards the back of the mountain. The person in the sky looked down and scanned the area with his divine sense. When he sensed the aura of a living person in the back of the mountain, he prepared to send another strike and kill that person in the back of the mountain. But unexpectedly, just as he sent out a palm strike, the last bolt of lightning in the sky also struck down. Almost at the same time, there was a loud boom, boom, bang. After that sound, it was as if everything had calmed down. There was finally no more aura in the back of the mountain. Thus, the person in the whirlpool above looked at the fire phoenix with satisfaction. Just as he was about to grab the little demon hiding in the Feng Manor, he suddenly saw a green figure flash by like lightning. With a speed that was too fast for him to cover his ears, he attacked the ancient beast. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The dragon's roar sounded like it came from ancient times. It was powerful and full of energy. When the dragon's roar came out, it was as if the entire world shook. At this moment, the sky was filled with flames due to the continuous burning clouds. Due to Xianyuan Mo's advancement, the dark night sky was as bright as the day. The huge azure dragon soared into the air, and its tail entered the whirlpool and swayed, disrupting the aura surging in the whirlpool. The dragon opened its mouth and bit the huge black claw, and with a sharp tear, the dragon claw tore off the huge black claw. Roar! A mournful scream sounded in the sky. The fire phoenix was finally able to escape with the help of the azure dragon. It flapped its wings and flew to the side. It looked in shock at the azure dragon's tail that stirred the clouds in the sky. At this moment, it was shocked to see the Yama Lord Xianyuan Mose in a black robe in the sky. He held the ancient divine sword Xianyuan sword in his hand and fiercely slashed towards the sky. One sword to split heaven and earth. Chapter 32:69. The moment Xianyuan Mose swung his sword, the azure dragon swung his tail and leaped into the air, swiftly dodging the attack. It was unknown what method Xianyuan Mose had used, but when the sword landed on the whirlpool, it sliced through the clouds as well. It was as if the clouds in the sky had been split apart at that moment, and the illusory figure hidden in the whirlpool behind the clouds had finally been hit. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and the whirlpool disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only that person's unwilling voice in the air. This noble one will slowly settle this score with you. Following the disappearance of the whirlpool, the clouds in the sky dispersed as well. The surroundings seemed to have returned to normal, and not a single sound could be heard. The fire phoenix looked at the sky, then looked at the azure dragon and Xianyuan Mose, who was standing against the wind, and asked, "I tried to attack them just now, but why couldn't I attack that person and that beast?" It was very puzzled about this point. If it could attack them, perhaps it wouldn't have been caught by that beast. The azure dragon glanced at it and said in a deep voice, "That's not a physical body, so your flame attack naturally can't hurt them." It looked at its master and saw him looking at the sky. It didn't know what he was thinking, so it immediately swung its tail and headed towards him. Seeing this, the fire phoenix went downwards. When it saw the two guardian beasts, who were hiding somewhere, pulling the heavily injured Elder May out of the pit, it quickly went forward and spat out a pill from its mouth for Elder May to consume. Xianyuan Mose descended from the sky and arrived in front of Elder May. His handsome and resolute face was tense as he looked at Elder May with a pair of deep and cold eyes. "You'd better tell us about how Ur's background, or else you won't be so lucky next time." Elder May smiled bitterly and opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. That night, when the various aristocratic families in the city saw that the sky had returned to normal, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Four Corner City would be razed to the ground because of this, but fortunately, it finally stopped. What they did not think was that with such a large commotion in the Feng Manor, Fengjiu was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Xianyuan Mose and the ancient divine beast, Azure Dragon, appeared. Just how deep were the foundations of the Feng Manor? Two of the four great ancient mythological beasts were actually there. It was truly inconceivable. In Sifeng City, after the Shao family's head saw that the matter had been settled, he brought people and hurried to the Feng Manor. They did not dare approach the battle earlier because they were not a match for them. Naturally, they could not do something as suicidal. They were unable to help during the battle, but they could help take care of the Feng Manor's matters after the battle. At the very least, they would not be unable to say anything when their ancestor asked. When they arrived at the Feng Manor, sure enough, what they saw was a complete mess. It seemed that aside from Xianyuan Mose, the two ancient divine beasts, and the two guardian beasts, everyone else in the Feng Manor was lying on the ground. In the secret room, Long Shuang, who had already calmed down after hearing the commotion outside, steadied his mind. Only then did he carry the child whose acupuncture point had been hit and walk out. Upon walking out, he ran into Xianyuan Mose, who was standing in the middle of the yard. Yama Lord. Chapter 3270. Xianyuan Mose glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to the sleeping child in her arms. Looking at the sleeping Hao-Er, he said, "Give Hao-Er to me. Go check on them and help them treat their wounds." "Yes," Long Shuang replied, then carried the child to him and quickly went to where the others were. When she came to the front, she saw the Shao family members helping to clean up the corpses. She walked forward and said to the head of the Shao family, "Head of the Shao family, There's no rush to clean this up. Let's clean up the corpses and go back first. Hearing this, the head of the Xiao family nodded. All right then. Miss Lung Shuang, are the others seriously injured? The ghost doctor isn't here. Do you need me to get 2 doctors to come over and help? If there's a need, I'll look for you, Lung Shuang said, then didn't say anything else and went to her brother's courtyard. Lung Hua was currently lying in his room. Although he had already taken the pill, his injuries were too many. He couldn't even get up for a while, so he could only lie on the bed and worry helplessly. He didn't know how the others were doing. The manor must be in a mess right now, but he was lying here, unable to do anything. Brother. Lung Shuang quickly walked in. When she saw her brother lying on the bed covered in wounds, her heart tightened. Sister. Lung Hua called out weakly. Where's the little master? Where are the others? Are they all okay? Don't worry, the little master is fine. Hui Lang and the others have also taken the pill, but they're all seriously injured, Lung Shuang said as she quickly helped him clean up his wounds. I'll help you bandage your wounds first. She took out the medicine and bandaged all the wounds on his body. After that, she fed him a pill, then said, You rest first. I still have to help the others bandage their wounds. Okay, Lung Hua responded. Due to his severe injuries, he gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Lung Shuang covered him with a blanket and quickly went to the others. She bandaged their wounds and fed them medicine. After treating their wounds, she went to the main courtyard. Yama Lord, their wounds have been bandaged and they have consumed their nadins. There should be no danger to their lives. However, their injuries are not light. I'm afraid they won't be able to get out of bed for the next few days. She looked at Xin Yuan Mose as she spoke, only to see him holding Hao and looking at her. She didn't know what he was thinking, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear him speak. After a long while, she heard him ask, Where's Elder Mei? Elder Mei is still unconscious. He hasn't woken up yet, Lung Shuang said. Keep an eye on him. Let me know when he wakes up, he instructed before carrying the child into the room. Seeing him enter the room with the child in his arms, Lung Shuang stood for a while and then went out. Because the battle had just ended, the mansion was in a mess. The Xiao family members had also left. Other than the Azure Dragon and Fire Phoenix, there were only the 2 guard beasts squatting at the side with their heads shrunk. Seeing the mansion destroyed like this, and the people in the mansion, except for her, the Yama Lord, and the little master, were all seriously injured and lying in bed. She didn't know when her master and the others would come. For a moment, she couldn't help but worry. She was worried that those people would come again. If they came again, it would probably be another fierce battle, and they wouldn't be able to endure another fierce battle. Chapter 3271. She flipped over and sat up. She could still feel her heart pounding furiously. This feeling was extremely bad. She got up and walked around the room. Arriving at the window, she stood there and looked at the night sky outside. She frowned and took out her communication jade tablet. Right now, the only thing that could make her worry was probably the Feng Manor situation in Sifong City. She was feeling uneasy tonight. She did not know what had happened. Thus, she used the communication jade tablet to ask Lung Hua. She sat by the window for the entire night. After waiting for the entire night, there was no response from the communication jade tablet in her hand. This caused her heart to become even heavier. Normally, even if it was at night, Lung Hua would reply to her. Now, there was no response at all. She feared that something had really happened. Thus, she used the communication jade tablet to ask Lung Hua again. As she washed up and changed her clothes, she saw that the sky was getting brighter. She saw the communication jade tablet on the table emit a light. She waved her hand and spiritual energy spread out. The communication jade tablet's voice also sounded in the room. Master, the manor was attacked last night. The attacker was very powerful and could tear through space to appear in the sky. They came for the young master. Lung Hua and the others were all heavily injured. Elder Mei is still unconscious. Fortunately, the young master is fine. The Yama Lord also just happened to break through and come out of seclusion. A few simple sentences explain the situation. However, Feng Jiu was still not at ease when she heard this. Even Elder Mei was unconscious and heavily injured. From this, it could be seen that the attacker was very powerful. It seemed that she had to hurry and return as soon as possible. Putting away the jade tablet, she walked out. She was only missing 3 people. She was only 3 people away from 100 people. After returning, she had to think of a way to escape from Dan Wong Valley. After she left, she walked into the city. She walked around the city and asked if there were any seriously ill people in the city. However, the morning passed, and there was still no news. Seeing that the sun was scorching hot above her head, she went to a street stall and sat down. She ordered something to eat. "Auntie, give me a bowl of tofu pudding." A woman in her 30s led a 7- or 8-year-old girl to the stall. After ordering a bowl of tofu pudding, they sat down at the table. Feng Jiu casually glanced at him, but his gaze moved slightly. Her gaze swept past the woman and landed on the little girl. She saw that the little girl was lifeless and her eyes were empty. When she walked, the tips of her feet did not touch the ground. "Eldest daughter, Mother bought you your favorite tofu pudding. Quickly try it." The woman's expression was haggard, but she still called out to her daughter in a gentle voice. She placed a bowl of tofu pudding in front of her. Seeing her daughter sitting there in a daze, as if she didn't hear her, she couldn't help but shed tears. "Mother, I'll feed you. Come, open your mouth." The woman scooped a spoonful and brought it to the little girl's mouth. The little girl opened her mouth mechanically and ate. When Feng Jiu saw this, a glint flashed past her eyes. She drank her tea and said indifferently, "This is an illness. It has to be treated." When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. She looked at Feng Jiu and saw that she was wearing a dazzling red dress. She had a beautiful face and an outstanding temperament. However, she didn't dare to approach her. "If you don't treat her, she won't be able to wake up in a few days," Feng Jiu said. Her gaze shifted and landed on the little girl. Chapter 3272. However, at this moment, the girl who was originally sitting suddenly stood up and ran off. The girl's mother was so frightened that she cried out in alarm and wanted to chase after her. "Wait for me here. I'll help you bring her back." Feng Jiu's voice fell, and he also rushed out. The people at the stall were stunned, especially the old couple in the stall. They were even more stunned. That girl in red had ordered many things and had not paid yet. The woman was extremely anxious. She wanted to go look for her, but she was afraid that she would not be able to find her, so she could only wait here. Feng Jiu followed behind the girl unhurriedly. He watched her cross the street and enter the alley, so he also followed her into the alley. Once he entered the alley, he saw the girl looking around aimlessly. Not running anymore. Feng Jiu curled the corners of his lips, and his gaze fell on the girl. The girl's empty eyes suddenly changed. She stared at Feng Jiu like a leopard. "Don't meddle in other people's business." That voice was mixed with the girl's tender voice, but it also had a hint of an old voice. "I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but unfortunately, I met you." She looked at the girl and said, "Are you going to leave on your own? Where do you want me to take you?" The girl's body was haunted by a Yin spirit. If she did not expel the Yin spirit, she would not be able to live. If the girl died, then her body would become a vessel for the Yin spirit. It was one thing if she did not meet her, but now that she met her, she naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Immediately, she flipped her palm and a flame surged. In the next moment, as her palm flipped, the flame flew out and attacked the girl. At the same time, a powerful pressure enveloped the girl from all directions. With no way to escape, the Yin spirit attached to the girl saw the flame attack and was shocked. It immediately left the girl's body and flew out. Just as it was about to escape, Feng Jiu threw the small gourd at her waist into the air. "Take!" With a shout, she watched as the Yin spirit screamed and was sucked into the gourd. The gourd spun in the air and returned to her hand, turning back into a small gourd. She put the gourd's lid back in and shook the gourd. Then, she tied the string back to her waist and walked over to the girl on the ground. She channeled her spiritual power into her palm, and a surge of vitality flowed from her palm into the girl's body. Not long after, she took out her silver needles to dispel the cold Yin energy in the girl's body. When the girl returned to normal, she picked up the girl and walked towards the stall. The woman was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the stall, looking around from time to time. When she saw the dazzling red figure walking over with the child in her arms, she couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly ran forward. "Eldest girl," the woman shouted, and came to Feng Jiu to take the child. She asked in a trembling voice, "Miss, what happened to my daughter?" She didn't know why her daughter suddenly ran away. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "She's fine. Take her home to rest. She'll be as lively and cute as before when she wakes up tomorrow." Hearing this, the woman could not help but hesitate. "Then, what you said earlier. I just gave her acupuncture. She's fine now," Feng Jiu said. The girl slowly opened her eyes and called out timidly, "Mother." Chapter 3273. "Mother, I'm hungry." The girl blinked her eyes and said timidly. She looked at Feng Jiu with a hint of curiosity in her clear and timid eyes. The woman's eyes reddened when she heard this. "Mother will take you home and make you something good to eat." She carried the child and bowed to Feng Jiu. "Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you." Feng Nine smiled and watched her leave with the child. Then she walked to the stall, took out 2 gold coins, put them on the table, and left. A few days later, after she saved a few mercenaries on a mountain path, a whirlpool appeared out of thin air and sucked her in. "Hee, you're back." Dan Wang chuckled when he saw Feng Jiu appear in front of him. He stroked his beard and smiled. "You've been gone for almost a month. Master, something happened at home. I have to leave," Feng Jiu said as soon as he saw him. "Leave? So soon? I haven't even started to teach you." Dan Wang frowned. However, he saw that Feng Jiu did not seem to be joking. He stroked his beard and thought for a moment. "Do you really have to leave?" Feng Jiu nodded. "I have to." Dan Wang nodded. "That's fine. I'll send you off tomorrow. I want to leave now." Feng Jiu looked at him and said. Dan Wang looked at him in surprise. He said, "A few days ago, I received news from my family that the situation is very bad. I've already been delayed for a few days. I can't delay any longer." Hearing this, King of Pills frowned and said, "If that's the case, then go and call your men over." "Thank you, Master." Feng Jiu cupped his fists and thanked him. He then quickly left. Du Fan and the others had been cultivating during this time and had only come out recently. Their strength had increased a lot during this time. Therefore, when they saw Feng Jiu walking quickly towards them, they couldn't help but smile and walk up to him. "Master." Feng Jiu glanced at them and saw the fluctuations in their auras. Their strength had all increased. He was a little surprised, but his expression was normal. He didn't show anything. He just ordered, "Pack your things and follow me." Hearing this, Du Fan and the others looked at each other and saw that her expression was serious. They quickly went back to pack their things and came out. When they came out, Du Fan couldn't help but ask, "Mistress, did something happen?" Yes, something happened in the mansion. Lung Hua, Elder Mei, and the others were all seriously injured. Feng Jiu said as he led them to the back of the mountain. "I've already spoken to Master, and he agreed to send us away." Hearing that even Elder Mei had been heavily injured, their expressions could not help but become serious. Elder Mei was so powerful, and he had the Fire Phoenix protecting the Feng Manor, yet he had still been injured. It was clear that the enemy was much stronger than before. How are they doing now? Because they were worried, they rushed the entire way. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, they saw Dan Wang standing there, waiting for them. "Greetings, Dan Wang." Du Fan and the others respectfully saluted. Although the training during this time was difficult, their strength had indeed increased. This could be said to be all thanks to Dan Wang. The Pill King nodded and glanced at them. Then he waved his hand and said, "Go, stand on that array." Chapter 3274. "Come with me." Dan Wang waved his hand, indicating for Feng Jiu to follow him to the side. Seeing this, Feng Jiu walked over. "Master." Dan Wang looked at her and sighed. "You're the person with the best medical skills and alchemy talent I've ever seen. I originally wanted you to take over Dan Wang Valley and pass on my lifelong skills to you, but I didn't expect you to leave." Hearing this, Feng Jiu remained silent and didn't say anything. "I originally wanted to help you break through your current level of strength, but it's impossible now. However, Master still prepared some things for you." As he spoke, he took out a space ring from his space. There are medical books, my alchemy records, some of my experiences, and some pills that you can't refine yet. Those pills are for you to use when you're in danger. When you go back, you must study the art of alchemy carefully when you have time. Don't disappoint Master's expectations. Yes, I know. Don't worry, Master. She took the space ring and put it into her space. Looking at the old man in front of her, she felt a little upset. She hadn't done anything for him since she came here. On the contrary, she had been heavily nurtured by him. She really felt guilty. As for her, she was about to leave. She had accepted his gift, but she didn't know what to give him in return. Pills. His pills were of a higher level than hers, so he naturally didn't care about her pills. Spiritual herbs? What kind of precious spiritual herbs didn't this Dan Wong Valley have? No matter how she thought about it, she didn't know what he needed. She really felt guilty. Master, if I want to come back in the future, how should I do it? After hesitating for a while, she still asked this question. If there was a chance in the future, she wanted to come back to see him and bring him some good wine. Hearing this, Dan Wong smiled and said, "There's a formation diagram in the space ring I gave you. When the time comes, you can come here through that formation diagram. Moreover, I've also prepared a formation diagram for you. Once you're familiar with it, you can come and go as you please in this vast world." Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Is that formation diagram really that powerful? Is it possible to go to the lower realm?" Of course, as long as you've mastered the formation diagram, you'll be able to send you anywhere you want, just like I did. Dan Wong said as he stroked his beard. He looked at her and said, "All right, I won't say anything else. You can read it when you get back. Master, I live in the Feng Manor in Sifong City. In the future, if you go to Sifong City, come to my home." She smiled from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she gave him her communication jade token and took his communication jade token. Holding the jade tablet in his hand, Dan Wong nodded. Master understands. Feng Jiu bowed towards him once more before turning around and walking towards the formation, standing together with Du Fan and the others. Dan Wong went up and personally activated the formation to send them away. With a flash of light, a vortex appeared in the air and sucked them in. He couldn't help but look at it with reluctance. Only when the vortex disappeared did he look away. I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again after this. Dan Wong stood in the back mountain for a while. He arrived at the cauldron and patted it. Only then did he slowly leave with his hands behind his back, heading towards his cave. Chapter 3275. When they saw the place in front of them, they couldn't help but be happy. This is the forest outside Four Corners City. They didn't expect that the place they were teleported back to would be so close to Four Corners City. Let's go. Let's go back to the mansion and have a look," Feng Jiu said, and then rushed towards Four Corners City. Feng Jiu, dressed in red, took Du Fan and others back to the city. It could be said that as soon as they entered the city, all the big families in the city knew. The people in the city looked at them with strange eyes. Although they didn't see the battle that night, there were rumors in the city these days that the Feng family had offended a very powerful person. They were afraid that a disaster was coming. Feng Jiu ignored the people in the city. Instead, she took Du Fan and others to the gate of the Feng mansion. Seeing that the gate was open and the people of the Shao family were busy inside, Feng Jiu took the lead and walked in. When the two beasts guarding the gate saw Feng Jiu return, they couldn't help but stand up and kneel down. They didn't dare to come out that night. Instead, they hid. Therefore, these days, they were worried that their master would come back and settle accounts with them. Feng Jiu just glanced at the two beasts and then looked away. She didn't expect that the mansion would be like this. Looking around, whether it was the walls or the ground, it was a mess. There were traces of a fierce battle. Her eyes darkened, and she quickly walked inside. "The ghost doctor is back," someone called out. The people of the Shao family who were helping to clean up here saw Feng Jiu and quickly bowed their heads to make way for her. Du Fan and others saw the scene in the mansion. They couldn't help but look at each other and quickly walked inside. In the main courtyard, Xian Yuan Mose was drinking tea in the courtyard. Howard walked around him and chuckled from time to time. On the side, CK and Mu Xian were also there. They stood beside Xian Yuan Mose and continued to persuade him. Master, there are only a few of you in the mansion now. It's really not safe. If there are more enemies, how can you protect them all by yourself? Come with us to the mountain and live for a few days. At least in the sect, we could take care of you. Yes, Master. Come with us to the sect and live for a while. If Master Feng comes back, we will take her to the sect as soon as possible. The two tried to persuade him. They had been trying to persuade him for 2 days. When they arrived and saw the scene in the mansion, they were shocked. With their strength, there were still people who dared to come looking for trouble. They really didn't expect that in addition to Master Feng's Fire Phoenix, this master, who had never shown her face, actually also had an ancient mythological beast, Azure Dragon. This was something that no one had expected. Moreover, after not seeing her for a while, Master had actually advanced again. Say no more. Xian Yuan Mose waved his hand and said, the people of the Shao family are helping to take care of things in the mansion. You have been here for 2 days. You can go back. CK and Mu Xin couldn't help looking at each other when they heard this. They also wanted to go back, but they were worried. Master Feng was not in the mansion now. If she came back and something happened in the mansion, what should they do? They were her disciples. Now that their master was in trouble, they couldn't stand by and do nothing. After thinking for a while, they said, since Master doesn't want to go back to the sect with us, we will stay here and guard. Chapter 3276. CK and Mu Xin followed her gaze. When they saw their master, they couldn't help but be delighted. The two of them hurriedly bowed and called out, Master! Fengjiu nodded slightly in response and glanced at them. CK and Mu Xin looked at each other, bowed, and quietly retreated. After they left, Xian Yuan Mose reached out his hand to her. How have you been? Fengjiu also reached out and held his hand, allowing him to pull her to her side. Everything is fine. I rushed back as soon as I heard the news. How are the others in the residence? Are their injuries serious? Mother. When little Howard saw Fengjiu return, he happily threw himself at her legs and hugged her. Fengjiu's expression was gentle as she revealed a smile. She picked him up and placed him on her lap. Little Howard, have you been obedient and listened to Daddy? Yes, Howard has been good. He listens to Daddy. The little guy leaned into her arms and looked at her with a pair of beautiful eyes. Suddenly, he took out a bright red fruit from his clothes and handed it to Fengjiu. Mother, eat this. Seeing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but rub his little head. Howard is so obedient. She bent down and took a bite of the fruit. She smiled and told him, it's very sweet and delicious. He smiled happily and said in a soft voice, Daddy gave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Xian Yuan Mose, who was sitting next to him. Howard, be good. Go play with Lung Shuang first. Daddy and Mother have something to discuss. Xian Yuan Mose said and motioned for Lung Shuang to carry the child out. Okay. The little one was very obedient. He got down from Fengjiu's arms and looked at Fengjiu before following Lung Shuang out. This time, it's because of how... However, Elder Mei is still unconscious. Xian Yuan Mose looked at her and said, as for Lung Hua and the others, they have been recuperating for the past few days. Although their injuries are serious, they're gradually getting better. The two of them chatted in the courtyard for a while and learned some details from him. After a while, Fengjiu stood up and said, come with me to see them. Yes. He stood up and walked with him to Lung Hua's courtyard. In order to take care of them, Lung Shuang asked the Shao family to move them to Lung Hua's courtyard. Besides Elder Mei, Qin Xin was also seriously injured. According to Lung Hua and others, it was Qin Xin who forced herself to play the music that saved their lives. Xian Yuan Mose said and walked slowly. He didn't expect that Qin Xin, who he brought back, would save Lung Hua and others at a critical moment. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and said, with her strength, she is not strong enough to fight with the masters of the immortal Emperor realm. However, she was able to play the music that disturbed their minds. It can be seen that the backlash was very great. It's good that she was able to keep her life. The two of them chatted as they came to Lung Hua's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw CK and Mu Xin were also there. Master, the two of them greeted and bowed before retreating to the side. Fengjiu glanced at them and said, "Wait for a while. I have something to tell you." "Yes." The two of them answered and waited in the courtyard. Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu entered Long Hua's room. In the room, Long Hua had already opened his eyes when he heard her voice. When he saw her come in, he smiled and struggled to sit up. Chapter 32:77. She came to the bedside to take his pulse and examine his body. She could feel that his internal organs were seriously injured. She placed one hand on his palm and released a trace of vitality to help him heal his internal injuries. Xianyuan Mose, who was watching from the side with his hands clasped behind his back, looked normal. However, Long Hua, who was lying on the bed, was shocked beyond belief. This was because he could feel a trace of warmth from his master's palm entering his meridians, helping him heal his internal injuries. His internal injuries, which were painful even when he breathed, gradually recovered under the nourishment of this aura. Fengjiu helped him heal for about half an incense stick's worth of time before withdrawing her hand. She looked at Long Hua and said, "Sit up and try to circulate your qi." "Yes," Long Hua replied. He propped himself up and sat up. He actually felt that his body had recovered by about 70%. He couldn't help but look at his master in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. "Master, I feel that the internal injuries in my body seem to have recovered by about 70%. Even if he didn't use his qi, he knew that at least 70% had recovered. He, who couldn't even sit up before, was now able to sit up as usual." Fengjiu smiled slightly and said, "Try your luck." Thus, he tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body. Not long after, he smiled and looked at Fengjiu. "Master, I can now confirm that the internal injuries in my body have recovered by 70%. It's just that my luck is not as good as before." Fengjiu nodded. "There's no rush. Take your time." She stood up and said, "Now that you can get out of bed and walk around, don't keep lying on the bed. Get up and move your hands and feet more. The blood in your body will circulate faster, and it will be good for your body." "Yes," he replied. Fengjiu turned and walked out with Xianyuan Mose to another room in the courtyard. In this room, Hui Lang and Ying Yi were both here. However, one slept in the inner room, while the other slept in the outer room. "Master, Ghost Doctor." When Ying saw the two of them, he called out to them. His voice was weak and powerless. Fengjiu stepped forward to check. His condition was similar to Long Hua's, so he also used the Green Lotus's vitality to help him heal his internal injuries. As the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed, Shadow One's internal injuries gradually improved. He couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. "Ghost Doctor, my injuries. How do they heal so quickly?" His injuries were extremely serious. Even if he had consumed the inner core, he would not have recovered so quickly. However, just now, there seemed to have been an aura flowing into his body. It did not take long for his internal injuries to heal. "Rest first. He can get out of bed and walk around tomorrow," Fengjiu said as he went into the inner room to treat Hui Lang. Seeing her treat them like this, sweat began to form on her forehead. Xianyuan Mose walked over to her side and asked, "Can your body take it? Now that their lives are not in danger, they can slowly recuperate." "It's fine. The spiritual aura that has been lost can be recovered after resting for a while," she said as she helped treat Hui Lang. "Ghost Doctor, why do I feel like my injuries are at least 70% better? How'd you do it?" Hui Lang was not like Ying Yi. Although he was shocked, he did not ask. He was curious, so he asked. Xianyuan Mose glanced at him indifferently. "Once you recover, you talk a lot more." Chapter 32:78. Get some rest. You can get out of bed and walk around tomorrow, Fengjiu instructed. He then walked out of the room and went to Elder May's room. After examining Elder May, Fengjiu frowned slightly. The person who injured him was very strong. His internal organs were damaged. If he hadn't taken the inner core to save his life, he probably wouldn't have survived. That person was stronger than me. Moreover, he had an ancient beast with him, Xianyuan Mose said in a low voice. When he thought of the scene that night, his expression became serious. That person didn't appear in his true form. He was just an illusion. Fortunately, he didn't appear in his true form. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to defeat him. He had advanced from the peak of the immortal Emperor realm to the lower God realm. However, he didn't expect that he was still too weak. Even Mei Zhe, who was a mid-God realm expert, couldn't withstand a single attack from his opponent. With his current lower God realm strength, he would probably lose miserably if they fought head-on. When he thought of this, his deep eyes flickered. The hands behind his back slowly clenched into fists. This feeling of being in a passive state where the enemy was too strong and he was too weak was really not a good feeling. Feng Jiu only gave Elder Mei a strand of green lotus life force. After all, he wasn't as trustworthy as Leng Hua and Hui Lang. She knew that he was here because of how Naturally, she couldn't let him know about the green lotus life force in her body. After giving him some treatment, she took out a pill and fed it to him. Then, she turned around and left. She went to Qin Xian's room in the back. After the treatment, she went to the front yard. Looking at CK and Mu Xian, who were waiting in the yard, Feng Jiu looked at them and said, "I want information on all the experts on this continent who are at the mid-God realm and above. Help me gather it. Also, prepare the information of some experts from the hidden families or some experts in seclusion, as well as some major events that have happened in the past 10 years. Upon hearing this, CK and Mu Xian were slightly surprised. They glanced at Feng Jiu and then at Xianyuan Mose. At this moment, Xianyuan Mose said, "I told them about this yesterday." "Yes, Master Xianyuan just told us yesterday. We have already sent a message to our sect's disciples and asked them to search for it." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at them and said, "It's better for you to handle this matter personally. I think that there are some things that your disciples won't be able to obtain information about. Since that's the case, we'll return to the sect later. Masters, don't worry, we'll definitely collect the information and send it over as soon as possible." The two of them didn't refuse. Indeed, there were some things that their disciples wouldn't be able to obtain, and they would have to return personally. Now that Feng Jiu had returned, they could return to the sect with peace of mind. However, they didn't know who their master's enemies were. Did they have any clues? Thinking of this, CK thought for a moment and asked, "Masters, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you have any idea who our enemies are? Do you know where they are from?" Although they were asked to search for information, he wondered who their enemies were. Why were they here? The two of them should at least know something, right? Feng Jiu shook his head. "We don't know where they are from." Chapter 3279. CK and Mu Xian left first. Before they left, CK instructed the Shao clan's people to help out here and pay more attention to the situation here. The Shao clan's people did not dare to neglect the Shao clan's ancestors' orders, and they hurriedly complied. After they left, Feng Jiu, accompanied by Xianyuan Mose, walked around the mansion and looked at the traces left behind by the battle that night. The huge pit on the ground had been flattened and filled with the help of the Shao family. The collapsed wall had been rebuilt, and some flowers and plants in the garden had been replanted. Although everything was being restored, some traces of the battle could still be seen. Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu stopped and looked at little Hao who was playing in the garden. "You said that Hao had an extraordinary background, but I didn't expect him to attract such a strong person. His identity is indeed extraordinary." "Yes, I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary either. But I wonder what his identity is? What do you think?" She looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked. Xianyuan Mose looked up at the sky and said, "Maybe he's the son of the ruler of this continent." To attract such a strong person, the little guy's identity was definitely not from an ordinary hidden family. Instead, it was very likely that he was from the bloodline of the ruler of this continent. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly startled. The ruler of this continent? Xianyuan Mose did not say much and only said, "CK and Mu Xian have already gone to investigate. I believe that we will know soon. Right now, it's just a wild guess." Feng Jiu nodded. "That's true. When their investigation arrives, we should know what kind of person we are facing. Or we can wait for Elder May to wake up and ask him to tell us everything." "When will Elder May wake up?" Xianyuan Mose asked. Feng Jiu shook his head. "It's hard to say. The injuries to his internal organs are one thing, but his head was also heavily injured when he landed. Although I used the vitality of the green lotus to heal him, it's not easy to treat the head problem. Daddy, Mommy. The little guy saw the two of them and shouted happily. He ran over with his short legs and opened his arms to throw himself at Fengjiu, as if he was not worried about falling. Fengjiu saw the little guy throwing himself at him and could not help but reveal a gentle smile. He squatted down and caught him in his arms. Howard, are you tired? Have you eaten anything? Mommy, Howard is not tired. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he said, Annie Shuang said that she would eat later. Hearing this, Fengjiu patted his head and said to Lung Shuang, Shuang, have the kitchen prepare some food to eat in this gardens. We'll eat here. Also, get the kitchen to cook some ginseng porridge for Lung Hua and the others. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. Her heart skipped a beat. Shuang, to recover. Immediately, he bowed and retreated to the kitchen. Fengjiu held the child in one hand and Xianyuan Mose in the other. They walked to the pavilion in the garden and sat down. She thought of her sister, Wanyin Qianhua, and told Xianyuan Mose about it. I was thinking of finding time to visit them when I came back. I didn't expect to encounter this. Chapter 3280. All right, she smiled and said, even if I want to go and take a look now, I can't leave. Let her deal with it herself. We'll talk about it when things here are a little straightened out. The two chatted in the pavilion while playing with the child. Not long after, Lung Shuang brought food over and placed it on the table before leaving. Xianyuan Mose watched Fengjiu coax the child to eat with a gentle expression. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Fengjiu fed the child some porridge, she looked at Xianyuan Mose and saw him looking at her and her in a daze. She smiled and asked, What are you thinking about? Xianyuan Mose shook his head. Nothing. What he was thinking about was something that could not be realized now. Looking at his expression, Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, Are you thinking that if we have a child, will it be as cute? Xianyuan Mose looked at her in surprise. His eyes overflowed with laughter. He did not expect her to guess what he was thinking. However, he was not only thinking about the child they would have in the future. He also wanted to give her a peaceful world. He hoped that when they got married in the future, his strength would be enough to hold up the sky for her and the child. He did not want their child to be like her and experience so much hardship at a young age. Mose, let's get married when Lung Hua and the others recover. She looked at him with a smile and held his hand. We can have a small warm wedding here first. When we go back in the future, we can have a grand wedding. What do you think? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose shook his head. No, how could he let her suffer? If they got married, he would definitely give her a grand wedding. A grand wedding that would make all the strong people in the world envious. Our marriage is not urgent. Moreover, the current situation is not a good time to get married. He smiled and held her hand. Trust me, in the future, I will give you a grand wedding that will be celebrated by the whole world. Fengjiu's heart was filled with sweetness when she saw him looking at her with his deep and gentle black eyes and making such a promise to her. She couldn't stop the smile on her face from blossoming, and the smile in her eyes was so joyful. Yes, I believe you. In this world, the person she trusted the most was him. 3 days later, CK and Mu Xin personally delivered the information. In the main courtyard, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu flipped through the information they had brought. CK and Mu Xin looked at each other and said, Master, a mid-god is already very rare. This time, we mainly investigated the strong people above the mid-god level. Regardless of whether they are demons, heretics, or orthodox sects and hidden clans, we have all the information here. CK paused for a moment before continuing. We've also investigated it. The expert who appeared in the whirlpool that night and had an ancient fierce beast as a contract beast should be the sovereign Tongtian mentioned in the information. Chapter 3281. What do you mean? Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. It's the same continent, and it's the same upper world. However, the void is different. He used his powerful spiritual energy to open up a new world. His spiritual energy covered the entire world he was in. It said that the world he opened up was named the Sky Connecting Realm. It's also said that he has always been expanding his power and fighting for territory. Among them, the most intense one should be the one between him and the Xuanwu monarch. Feng Jiu flipped through the information on the table while listening. When he heard Monarch Xuanwu, he was about to ask, but Xianyuan Mose had already asked. Is Monarch Xuanwu the owner of the ancient mythical beast, Shaoli? Xianyuan Mose looked at him and asked. CK was surprised. He looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked, Master, do you know Monarch Xiao? Xianyuan Mose shook his head and said no. I only know that there is such a person. In fact, his master had told him that the 4 ancient mythical beasts were the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. He owned the azure dragon of the 4 ancient mythical beasts. He had asked his master who owned the other 3 ancient mythical beasts. He remembered that his master had told him about Monarch Xuanwu, Shaoli. It was said that this person was a legendary figure. Other than the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise of the ancient mythical beasts, there were also the phoenix, the qilin, and other ancient mythical beasts. Other than the ancient mythical beasts, there were also the ancient mythical beasts. Those who owned the ancient mythical beasts or the ancient mythical beasts were not ordinary people. From the information that CK had collected, he only knew the approximate strength of some of the strong people. He didn't know what kind of ancient mythical beasts or the ancient mythical beasts they owned. Cultivators, such as those in the lower realms or some smaller places, had no idea what the highest level of cultivation was. Only when their strength gradually increased would they be able to comprehend and find out. Just like them, they gradually learned that after the immortal emperor was the divine realm, then the low divine realm, mid-divine realm, high divine realm, divine king, and finally the supreme being. They had been cultivating for so many years, and only after coming to the upper world did they come in contact with people who were stronger than the divine king. Only a clone. If his real body appeared here, they would be in an even more precarious situation. Feng Jiu didn't know what Xianyuan Mose was thinking. She wondered if Hao Er's father was one of the people in the information. Or was it Monarch Xuanwu, Shaoli? After all, according to the information, Shaoli was the number 1 enemy of Monarch Xuanwu. Chapter 3282. Of course we can, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. CK looked at her apologetically. The cultivators here had never thought of leaving the mainland, so they knew very little about how to get to the territories of the other sovereigns. Feng Jiu nodded and continued to flip through the information. When he saw some information, his hand paused, and he said to the 2 of them, You 2 can leave first. We'll take our time to read this. Yes. CK and Mu Xin replied and left. After they left, Feng Jiu looked at Xianyuan Mose with bright eyes. Look at Xiao Li and the woman in the information. Could they be Hao Er's parents? When he heard this, Xianyuan Mose smiled a little helplessly. Why is your focus different from others? Looking at this information, shouldn't you be worried about the powerful enemy we're about to face? Feng Jiu smiled indifferently. There's no point in worrying. The enemy's strength is obvious. Even if we worry, we won't be able to solve anything. Why don't we? She looked at him with a sly glint in her eyes. If these 2 people are really Hao Er's parents, then things will be much easier. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against a divine king. However, Shaoli was also a divine king. He might not necessarily back down. Xianyuan Mose shook his head. If they really are Hao Er's parents, but they can't even protect their child, they must be in trouble now. How can we count on them? That's true. Feng Jiu rested his chin on one hand and looked at him. Then tell me, this sovereign is so powerful. What should we do? The higher we go, the harder it is to increase our strength. Also, if we increase our strength too quickly, our foundation will be unstable. I don't think we can reach the divine king level in a short time. Xianyuan Mose's eyes flickered. Since we can't increase our strength in a short time, then the only thing we can do is to endure and avoid. He paused and looked at her with his deep black eyes. Only in this way can we have enough time to improve ourselves and make ourselves stronger. Otherwise, if we put ourselves in the most dazzling place like now, it will only give the enemy a chance to kill us. I believe that no matter who it is, no one will give the enemy room to grow stronger. Hearing this, Fengjiu thought deeply and asked, "You mean we should leave this place and hide our identities to become stronger?" "That's right." He looked at her and said in a low voice, "You should know that this is the best solution for now." Fengjiu was silent for a long time. "That's right. Based on the current situation, this was the best solution." Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that even if they combined all their battle strength, they wouldn't be a match for a divine king. Moreover, in a short time, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the divine king level. However, to immortal cultivators, time passed extremely quickly. As long as they found a place to cultivate for a few years without paying attention to worldly affairs, they could avoid the danger before them and also have time to cultivate and increase their strength. Chapter 3283. On this day, the two of them decided on this matter. Fengjiu had chosen Dan Wang Valley as the place to cultivate in seclusion. She felt that that place was the best place to cultivate. Moreover, the Dan King treated her extremely well, adding on to the fact that he was very strong. If the two of them were to encounter a bottleneck, he might be able to give them some pointers. Other than Mei Zhe, the rest of the people around them were their confidants. Since they were going to cultivate in seclusion, they naturally could not let Mei Zhe go with them. However, they did not know how long it would take. Although they had decided to cultivate in seclusion, it was impossible for them to not let people develop their forces in the outside world. Therefore, the two of them discussed and decided that it would be better to bring a few people with them. As for the rest, they would let them settle down on this mainland first. After another 2 days, Leng Hua and the others could be said to have recovered from their injuries. Only Elder Mei was still in a coma. Qin Xian had also regained consciousness and could get out of bed and walk around. One evening, Bai Qingsheng, who had gone to the sect to cultivate, suddenly returned. "Master, Yama Lord." After Bai Qingsheng entered the mansion, she found Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. With a worried expression, she said, "Master, I heard from the sect that the 4 major immortal sects and the 4 major sects are discussing how to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose looked at each other in surprise. Then they looked at Bai Qingsheng and said, "The 4 major immortal sects and the 4 major sects want to deal with us? Why?" "I heard that Master and Yama Lord are enemies with Sovereign Tongtian. Sovereign Tongtian is an expert with the strength of a divine king. If he is angered, it is very likely that the people on this mainland will be plunged into misery and suffering. The people from those sects and clans are discussing how to capture you, cripple your cultivation, and chase you out of the upper realm in hopes that the upper realm will be safe as usual." I rushed back after hearing this news. "Master, Yama Lord, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's face darkened. An icy aura surged from his body. Fengjiu's eyes flashed. He did not seem surprised, and his expression did not change much. If that's the case, it's understandable. If a god king wanted to vent his anger, the life and death of a sect would be in his hands. They're doing this to protect themselves, as well as to protect the peace of the continent, said Jianshun. Fengjiu spoke slowly and calmly analyzed the situation. To her, whether it was the 4 major mortal sects or the 4 major sects, it did not matter to her. They were worried that their sects, clans, or even this mainland would suffer the wrath of a divine king expert. It was normal for them to nip the threat in the bud. However, she did not expect the 4 major immortal sects and the 4 major sects to be so cowardly. They could not tell right from wrong and would actually attack them for the sake of preserving the peace of this mainland. If those sects and forces were important to them, she would probably be very angry and hurt. However, those sects and forces were strangers to her and had nothing to do with her. She did not care what decisions they made. Master, CK and Mu Xin walked in with ugly expressions. When they saw Bai Qingsheng, who was dressed in white, they glanced at her for a moment before looking away. Their gazes landed on Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu. Chapter 3284. When they received the news, they immediately came to inform them. When they heard the news, they were furious. They didn't expect that because of the enemy that appeared that night, The people of the major sects wanted to attack their masters. They were not worthy of being called righteous sections. They knew the plans of the major sects, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they were only venerables of one of the sections. They didn't even have the right to make decisions for their sects, let alone others. When they heard the news, the only thing they could do was to inform them as soon as possible and ask them to leave quickly. Only then could they survive. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Leave quickly?" Xinyuan Mo's expression was the same as usual, but his aura became colder. He didn't seem surprised by the two's words and just watched quietly. CK and Mu Xian nodded and said, "Master, you don't know. Before we left the mountain, we told our disciples to pay attention to the movements of the sects, so we learned that the major sects want to attack you. If the major sects and sects join forces to besiege you, I'm afraid it will be too late for you to escape. We can only leave before they arrive. Qing Cheng told us about this just now, but we didn't expect the so-called righteous sects to attack us because of this. It's really surprising." With a faint smile on her lips, she said slowly, "We originally planned to leave for a period of time, but we didn't expect to encounter this." Haha. Suddenly, she didn't want to leave so quickly. She wanted to know which sects and sects wanted to attack them. She couldn't believe that the righteous sects would do such a thing. She wanted to see how they would besiege them when the time came. "Master, I'm afraid that the 4 major sects and 4 major sects will send people this time, and none of them will withdraw. If they withdraw, they will definitely be isolated by the other sections. Therefore, even if some sects are unwilling, they will besiege you in the end." As Mu Xian spoke, she looked at them and sighed. "Masters, you'd better get ready to leave as soon as possible. Did your sect call you back? Or do you want the 2 of you to get involved?" Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and asked the 2 of them. CK frowned slightly and said, "After we received the news from our disciples, the sect sent us a message asking us to return as well. However, they didn't mention anything about dealing with Master. We presume that they want us to return so that we can avoid interfering in this matter. If that's the case, you can go back," Feng Jiu said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, CK and Mu Xian were stunned. They looked at each other and asked, "Master wants us to go back. What? Don't you want to go back?" Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the 2. The 2 of them paused for a moment and said, "We've taken Master as our master. Now that Master is in trouble, as his disciples, how can we stand by and do nothing? At the very least, we can't go back until both of you have safely left this place." Ever since they had taken Master Xianyuan as their master, Master Feng had given them a lot of pills and things like that. She had helped them advance and become stronger. Now that they were in trouble as their master's disciples, how could they just leave? Chapter 3285. Their expressions did not change when they heard Feng Jiu's words. They frowned slightly and said, "If that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. If we abandon Master because of this, we won't be able to continue on the path of cultivation. Master, if you don't want to leave, we'll stay with you. We'll advance and retreat together." Mu Xian added. Xinyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu glanced at them. Feng Jiu thought for a moment and said, "You can leave now. There's no rush. It won't be too late to wait for them to arrive." She waved her hand and gestured for them to leave. Seeing this, the 2 of them couldn't say anything more. They could only turn around and leave the small courtyard. After they left, Bai Qingchang said, "Master, they're really thinking for you. It's too dangerous for you to stay here if those sects want to deal with you. It's better for you to leave as soon as possible." "We have to leave, but we can't just leave like this," Feng Jiu said slowly. She glanced at Xinyuan Mo's and smiled. "Don't you think so?" Xinyuan Mo's did not say anything. He only said in a low voice, "Do whatever you want to do. I'll accompany you." A smile appeared in Feng Jiu's eyes when she heard this. She said to Bai Qingcheng, "Go get Leng Hua and the others." "Yes," Bai Qingcheng replied, then turned around and left the courtyard. At this time, in CK's and Mu Xian's sects, the leaders and elders of the various immortal sects were gathered. They were sitting in a circle discussing matters. Some had serious expressions, some were relaxed, some were worried, and some didn't care. Do we really have to do this? If we do, I'm afraid. The sect leader said hesitantly. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. That person is the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect. He has already given orders to the various sections. Naturally, he will send people to keep an eye on everything below. Right now, other than doing as he says, what else can we do? But even if we want to deal with Fengjiu and the others, we have to have a good reason. Otherwise, we'll be cursed by the people if we make a sudden move. One of the elders was hesitant. He looked serious. Obviously, he did not want to do this, but he had no other choice. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but look at each other. They seemed to be thinking of a good reason to cause trouble. Another old man glanced at everyone's expressions, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Actually, there's something that everyone might not know." "What's the matter?" everyone asked, and their gazes landed on the old man. The ghost Dr. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose are not ordinary people. It's said that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose are the lords of heaven and earth who were prophesied to be. The elder paused. He looked at them and said, "Moreover," the person who said this was Tian Jizi. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Tian Jizi prophesied that they were the lords of heaven and earth. That's right. Chapter 3286. Continue. The others gestured, their gazes landing on the old man who had spoken. The old man glanced at them, then said, "Since they are the rulers of the world, we cannot do anything to them. That's one thing. Secondly, ignoring everything else, just their strength and contracted beasts are not things that ordinary people can deal with. Moreover, even the sovereign of Tongtian was injured because of them. So what about us? There's one more thing, which is the final point. They haven't done anything that's out of line or unacceptable to the world. We simply can't and don't have the qualifications to deal with them. If so many of us surround and attack them, then in the eyes of the world in the future, how will we be any different from the people of the evil path?" The old man's mouth was dry from talking, so he took a sip of tea from the table to moisten his throat. In truth, everyone sitting here today felt very helpless. Some of the sect masters did not come, and most of them were elders. It was not that they had to deal with Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose, but the sovereign of Tongtian had suddenly threatened them. If they did that, perhaps their sects would really be destroyed. That eccentric sovereign Tongtian had the strength of a godly king. Who knew when he would do the same thing he did to the Feng Manor and create a large hole in the immortal sect they were in? For a moment, no one knew what they were thinking and no one spoke. After a long time, someone suddenly said, "I have a way to resolve this situation." Hearing this, everyone looked at him. "What do we do? Let's hear it." That person looked at everyone and said, "This matter requires the cooperation of Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. We can let them leave for a period of time. That way, they can preserve their lives, and we can resolve our current predicament. Let them leave if something unexpected happens, or perhaps pretending that there was an accident to deceive the sovereign of the sky, reaching sovereign. That's not a bad idea, but I wonder if they will cooperate." Everyone looked at each other and said, "Find someone to discuss it with them." With that, everyone looked at the sect leader of the Blue Star Immortal Sect and smiled. "Sect leader, we remember that Fengjiu took in 2 supremacies from your sect as disciples. Since that's the case, why don't you handle this matter? Speaking of which, the relationship between your sect and the 2 of them isn't small." Hearing this, the sect master frowned. CK and Mu Xian aren't on the mountain. They've gone to their master's place in Four Corner City. However, since everyone has suggested it, then let's do it. Let's take a look first. On this side, the people who had been preparing to deal with Fengjiu were discussing. On the Feng Manor's side, Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose were also discussing matters, just in case. CK and Mu Xian were worried that the people from the sects would suddenly arrive. Thus, the 2 of them sat on the roof and stood guard. They did their best to protect the Feng Manor and their master. In the evening, CK and Mu Xian, who were sitting on the roof and standing guard, received news from the sect master. It was nothing more than a matter of faking their deaths to avoid the world. After receiving the news, the 2 could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It seems that they've changed their minds. I need to inform Master about this. As they spoke, CK jumped down from the roof and arrived where Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose were. Chapter 32:87. When the two of them heard his words, they looked up at him. "Oh, what is it?" "I just received news that the sect master said." He told them about the news he had received, as well as the matter he wanted them to cooperate with. Xinyuan Mose's eyes flickered when he heard this. He hadn't expected them to change their minds. Although he didn't know why, the news didn't sound too disappointing. Fengjiu looked at CK in surprise. They changed their minds? What surprise! She had originally wanted to wait here and see what kind of tricks they were up to. She hadn't expected them to change their minds. CK looked at her two masters. She didn't know why, but she felt that her two masters didn't look happy when they heard this news. In any case, everything seemed so unimportant. She really didn't know what they were thinking. Just tell them that there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just let them know that we don't know where we went. Fengjiu stood up as he spoke. The two of you should go back too. There's no need to say anything else. If they ask, just say that you don't know where we went or where we went. CK was slightly stunned when she heard this. She didn't seem to be joking. She couldn't help but ask in a daze, "Master, do you mean to say that you want to leave? How long will it take for you to return?" "We can't say for sure," Fengjiu said, then smiled. "But it'll take at least a few years. Don't worry. If we return, we'll definitely let you know." When she heard this, CK nodded. "All right, since the two masters have already made up their minds, we'll rush back to the sect tomorrow morning." He said tomorrow morning, which meant that he wanted them to leave first during this period of time. Otherwise, when they returned to the sect would send people to check on them after they receive the news. "You forgot about Elder Mei," Xinyuan Mose reminded Fengjiu as he drank tea. At the mention of Elder Mei, Fengjiu slapped his head. "All right, there's also Elder Mei. I'll have to ask you guys to take care of him for a while. His injuries haven't healed yet, so please find a place for him to recuperate." Elder Mei? CK thought for a while and finally remembered the bald old man. She said, "That's easy. Just lock him up in the Xiao family. I'll tell the Xiao family to take good care of him until Master returns." Fengjiu nodded and waved his hand. "All right, go and arrange it." "Yes," CK replied. She bowed and left. No one knew that the people in the Feng Manor quietly left that night. Du Fan and the others left first, and no one knew where they went. In the second half of the night, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu took Hao Er, the Lung Hua siblings, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi with them and disappeared in the night. Bai Qingcheng still followed Fengjiu's orders and returned to the sect. Qin Xian left with Du Fan and the others. Only Lung Hua and the others followed Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose. Because they left in a hurry, they didn't wait for Elder Mei to wake up and ask him about Hao Er's biological parents. However, after much deliberation, they finally concluded that Hao Er was the son of the monarch of Black Tortoise, Shaoli. Chapter 32:88. In a remote village, Fengjiu was studying the spirit array diagram. In the past half a month, they had been sightseeing, and it had been a peaceful journey. When they arrived at this small village, they saw that it was relatively quiet, so they stayed here for a few days to familiarize themselves with the spirit array diagram. After that, they would use the spirit array diagram to bring them to Pill King Valley. When it came to cultivation and seclusion, there was no place more suitable than Danwang Valley. "Have a cup of tea." Xinyuan Mose brought a cup of tea to her side and asked, "How's your study of the array diagram?" As he spoke, he sat down beside her. Fengjiu looked up at him and smiled. "It should be almost done. I want to try in the evening. How about it?" "Okay," Xinyuan Mose replied. After sitting for a while, he stood up. "You read for a while more. If you're tired, go out for a walk. I'll go see how." "Okay." Fengjiu nodded. After watching him go out, she continued to study the book in her hand. Outside, Hao Er played happily in the village. Lung Hua and Lung Shuang accompanied him. Hui Lang and Ying Yi sat on the roof and sat on a tree. There were birds chirping around, leaves swaying, and a cool breeze blowing on their faces. It was very comfortable. Xinyuan Mose stood in front of the house with his hands behind his back. He He glanced at them, then looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was thoughtful. Hui Lang and Ing Yi saw that they had nothing to do, so they went into the small forest. They hunted 2 wild boars in the forest and came back to distribute the meat to the people in the small village. In the evening, Fengjiu, who smelled the aroma of food, finally closed the book in her hand and looked up. She put the array diagram book back into the space, stood up, stretched, and walked out. Mother, little Hao, ran over happily with his short legs and hugged her thigh. At this time, his little face was overflowing with a happy smile and the innocence of a child. Hao, are you hungry? Fengjiu touched his head and asked softly. Yes. The little guy blinked and looked at her, his eyes full of admiration. Mother will take you to wash your hands and then eat. She took his hand and walked forward. Xianyuan Mose sat at the table. When he saw her come out, he asked Lung Shuang and the others to set the table and prepare to eat. Not long after, Fengjiu came back with Hao and sat at Xianyuan Mose's table. Lung Hua and the others sat at the table. The meal was prepared by several women in the village. It wasn't exquisite, but it was very farm-style. After they finished eating, they saw that the sky was about to darken. Fengjiu said to them, I've been studying spirit arrays all this time. Today, I should be able to take you to Pill King Valley. Hearing this, Hui Lang couldn't help but be happy. Du Fan and the others also improved their strength when they went there. Moreover, it was said that it was a very good place to cultivate. They had long wanted to go there. She told them to let Ling Shuang take care of Hao. Then, she went to a place outside the village with Xianyuan Mose. She drew an array diagram on the ground and explained it to Xianyuan Mose. After breaking this array, she told him about the mysteries of it. In the future, he could also use this array diagram to reverse space transmission. Although the array diagram was given to her by Dan Wang, Mose was not an outsider. She naturally hoped that he would be able to use what she learned in useful. Xianyuan Mose's comprehension was also very high. Even if he hadn't studied array diagrams recently, he quickly understood after hearing Fengjiu's explanation. Chapter 3289. Not long after, the array was drawn. Everyone stood in the middle of the array. Fengjiu formed a seal with both hands. Along with the surge of spiritual energy, wild wind blades surged around the array. Finally, it formed a vortex that swept them away and disappeared into the air in Dan Wang Valley. As the night gradually darkened, the lights also lit up. The flickering lights were as beautiful as fireflies in the night. Dan King stood at his main peak, stroking his beard as he looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the night sky, and with a whoosh, it arrived at his valley. He looked in that direction in surprise. Because of the night and the distance, he couldn't see clearly. Thus, his figure directly swept out like a ghost and headed towards that direction. Fengjiu and the others were transported out of the vortex. Once they landed, their figures swayed slightly, and they couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, they supported each other and didn't fall. Ghost Doctor, this is Dan Wang Valley? You were here the whole time last time? Hui Lang looked around excitedly. Yes, this is Dan Wang Valley. This Dan Wang Valley is surrounded by barriers. If not for the things that Master gave me, I wouldn't be able to enter here. She smiled and looked at Hao, who was blinking his eyes and looking around in Lung Shuang's arms. She went forward and carried him over. Xianyuan Mose looked around and his eyes flashed. I heard you say that this Dan Wang's strength is unfathomable. Now that I see it, he is indeed extraordinary. Yes, Fengjiu replied with a smile and said, I'll take you to rest first. I'll go find Master and tell him. However, before he took a step, he heard a familiar and joyful voice. Oh my, I was wondering who would be so daring to barge into Dan Wang Valley. So it's you, little girl? A shadow flashed, and Dan Wang appeared in front of them. He was so fast that even Xianyuan Mose couldn't react in time. Xianyuan Mose's deep eyes moved slightly as he looked at the sage-like old man standing in front of him. He was secretly shocked. So fast, they arrived in front of them in an instant. If the other party wanted to attack them, They wouldn't even have time to defend themselves. Master, Feng Jiu saw him and smiled. I was just about to go look for you. Dan Wang's eyes swept over the few of them and finally landed on the child in Xianyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu's arms, who was blinking and looking at him. With a face full of curiosity, he asked, Girl, where did this child come from? This guy is a good figure. Who is he? With his sharp eyes, he naturally knew that Feng Jiu was still a virgin. Therefore, this child naturally couldn't be hers. Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. She introduced, This is Xianyuan Mo's, my fiancé. This little thing is the child we adopted. His name is Xianyuan Hao. This is Leng Hua and Leng Shuang. This is Hui Lang and Ing. As she spoke, she paused and said to Xianyuan Mo's and the others, This is my master, Dan Wang of Dan Wang Valley. Greetings, Dan Wang. Leng Hua and the others bowed respectfully. Dan Wang, Xianyuan Mo's nodded slightly and also called out, I'm sorry for the sudden visit. Chapter 3290. Feng Jiu smiled as he listened. He lowered his head to look at the child in his arms and said softly, How are? Quickly call me Grandpa. Grandpa. The little guy blinked his eyes and called out. His childish voice was not very proper, but it softened the hearts of those who heard it, especially Dan Wang, an old man who had no relatives. When he heard him call him Grandpa, he also responded repeatedly. He rummaged through his sleeves, trying to find some gifts for the child, but after rummaging left and right, all he took out were medicinal pills. Look, I don't have anything good to give a child. How about this? I'll arrange for you to rest first. Tomorrow, I'll take little Hao to the storeroom to pick a gift for himself. Hearing that, Feng Jiu smiled and said, Master, you don't have to spoil him so much. Let's go. I'll go with you, Dan Wang said, looking at Xianyuan Mo's and smiling. Boy, you have good taste. Hearing that, Xianyuan Mo smiled slightly. Dan Wang has good taste too. To be able to take in Feng Jiu as his disciple and make Feng Jiu acknowledge him as his master was already not simple. Ha, of course. Dan Wang laughed happily and chatted with Xianyuan Mo's along the way. Feng Jiu carried the child and followed beside them. From time to time, he would say a word or two, but most of the time, he would just watch them chat. Hui Lang and Ing Yi, who were following behind, saw this, and their eyes moved slightly. This Dan Wang was really amazing. He could actually make their master chat with him all the time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. He was really not simple. Leng Hua and Leng Shuang looked at each other and smiled slightly. They followed quietly while looking at the scenery on the road. Not long after, the people of Dan Wang Valley heard that Feng Jiu had returned. They were all very happy, especially those alchemists and cultivators who were not in closed-door cultivation or refining pills. They all headed toward the mountain peak where Feng Jiu was, who knew that before they could reach the top, they were stopped by some disciples. Dan Wang has given orders. The young Valley Master and the others have just returned today and are tired. Furthermore, it's getting late. If anyone wants to see her, wait until tomorrow. The disciple on guard raised his voice and told everyone to go back first. Hearing this, everyone was a little disappointed, but someone still asked, How long will young master stay this time? Will she leave? Unexpectedly, the disciple guarding the mountain path grinned and looked at the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. The young Valley Master and the others won't leave so quickly. They will stay here for a while and will be able to see the young Valley Master in the future. Hearing this, all the alchemists couldn't help but say excitedly, That's great. That's really great. In the future, if they had anything they didn't understand about pills, they could ask the young Valley Master for advice. At this moment, everyone was relieved and left one after another, chatting happily along the way. At the cave residence, Feng Jiu said to Leng Hua and the others, You guys can stay in the cave residence where Du Fan and the others stayed. It's closer to here. Yes. The few of them responded and followed the disciple outside to familiarize themselves with the cave residence where they would stay in the future. Zhe, you stay with me, Feng Jiu said and looked at Xianyuan Mo's who was sitting at the side. Just as Xianyuan Mo's was about to nod, he saw King of Pills widen his eyes. He stroked his beard and coughed loudly. For a moment, the two of them looked at him with astonishment. Chapter 3291. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Her crisp laughter spread throughout the cave, making Dan Wang look confused. Did he say something wrong? He was only speaking the truth. A man and a woman living together. Wasn't that just like dry wood and a blazing fire? If one day it caught fire, the one to suffer would be Fengjiu. Thinking of this, he looked at Xianyuan Mo's somewhat angrily. This brat actually didn't object to her suggestion of living together in a cave. It seemed like he was looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because Fengjiu was outstanding in all aspects, whether it was her way of doing things or her talent in cultivation, which made him happy. Moreover, he doted on her, as if she were his own child. Naturally, he didn't want her to be taken by an unmarried brat. Xianyuan Mose blushed a little when this matter was brought up. He looked at Dan Wang, who was glaring at him, and cleared his throat, saying, Dan Wang, you don't have to worry about this. The two of us know what we're doing. Fengjiu also pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Master, aren't you meddling too much? This is between the two of us. Moreover, we've known each other for many years now. It's not like we don't understand each other. Moreover, we're only one step away from getting married. Hearing this, Dan Wang looked at the two of them strangely. He coughed lightly, stroked his beard, and stood up. All right. I won't meddle in the affairs of you young people. Rest early tonight. As he spoke, he walked out with his hands behind his back. After he left, Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose looked at each other, and the two of them laughed at the same time. I didn't expect him to be like this, Dan Wang, Xianyuan Mose said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. That's right. In the beginning, I was quite wary of him, but after interacting with him for a while, I realized that he was always considerate of me, so I began to accept him. The two of them chatted for a while in the Immortal's Cave. Xianyuan Mose went to take a bath and then went to rest. When Fengjiu came back from his bath, he saw that Xianyuan Mose was already asleep on the bed. He dried his hair and then went to bed to rest. The moment she laid down, a pair of hands reached out and pulled her closer to his side. The warmth of his body spread between the two of them, causing her lips to curl up slightly. She closed her eyes and reached out to hug his waist as well. Leaning against his side, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before the two of them could leave the cave after washing up, they heard a lively noise coming from outside. Xianyuan Mose raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on outside? It sounds very lively. As he spoke, he prepared to go out and take a look. They should be the alchemists and cultivators of Dan Wang Valley, Fengjiu said as they walked out together. Sure enough, when they arrived outside, they saw familiar faces crowding around them, and all of them excitedly called out, Young Master, Young Valley Master, you're finally back. Young Valley Master, don't leave this time. Young Valley Master, who is this? Many people's gazes fell on Xianyuan Mose, who was dressed in a black robe and had an extraordinary bearing. Some of the cultivators saw his cultivation and secretly sized him up in surprise. Fengjiu smiled and greeted the crowd, then introduced him to them. This is my fiancé, Xianyuan Mose. You can call him Yama Lord. Chapter 3292. Xianyuan Mose nodded slightly in response. He sized up the crowd without batting an eyelid. When he saw those cultivators, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that other than Dan Wang, the cultivators here were also so outstanding. Fengjiu looked at the crowd and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. This time, we will be staying here for at least a few years. Indeed, without a few years, how could their strength compare to the Sovereign of Sky reaching and the others? Instead of going out to face danger, it was better to improve their strength first. Hearing this, the crowd responded happily. That's great. They surrounded Fengjiu and chatted for a while before leaving. She would be staying here for a few years, and there would be many opportunities for them to meet in the future. Even if they had something to ask, they weren't in a hurry. Watching the crowd leave, Xianyuan Mose glanced at her and said, You're quite popular here as the young Valley Master. I can see that these people like you very much. Fengjiu smiled. Perhaps the people here have been away from the world for a long time, so they don't have so much scheming. What they want is very simple. Moreover, as long as you can convince them, they naturally won't act one way or another behind your back. At the end of the day, it was also strength that spoke. Her strength had convinced them, so they acknowledged her as the young valley master. Otherwise, with their strength and cultivation, how could they so easily lower their heads and acknowledge someone? The two of them walked forward as they talked. Not long after, they saw Lung Hua and the others walking over with Hao. "Yama Lord, Master, you come at the right time. Today, I'll bring you around the valley to familiarize you." As Fengjiu spoke, she took Hao from Lung Hua's arms. "Hao, Mother will bring you around, okay?" "Okay." The child's soft voice was filled with joy. A pair of small hands wrapped around her neck as she leaned into her embrace. On this day, Fengjiu brought them around the valley to familiarize them with the place. He also told them about the surrounding terrain of Danwang Valley. It was also because Fengjiu and the others had already gone to Danwang Valley to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, not long after they left, Sovereign Tongtian's men once again came to Four Corner City to search for Fengjiu and the others. However, this time, they returned empty-handed and there was no news at all. To the people of the Upper Realm, Fengjiu's group seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even if many people secretly inquired about Fengjiu, they couldn't find any trace of him. In the Xiaoyao school, Wanyan Qianhua was lazily lying on a low rectangular table in the main hall. She played with her soft hair with one hand. Her seductive eyes were looking at Jun Jueshang, who was handling some affairs not far away. Nobody knew what she was thinking. She just kept staring at him. The main hall was very quiet. The two of them didn't make a sound. Jun Jueshang was busy with his affairs. Wanyan Qianhua just watched quietly. She didn't want to disturb him. She was very bored. She supported her head with one hand and sat sideways. Her beautiful eyes moved away from Jun Jueshang and fell on the outside of the hall. She didn't know what Fengjiu was doing now. She thought that she would come over. Who knew that she had provoked a strong enemy and was going to lie low for a while? That girl would actually lie low for a while. She really didn't expect. Chapter 3293. In her opinion, Fengjiu was a fearless person. Even if he was weaker than others, he would never back down. She hadn't expected that one day she would know how to avoid the sharp edge. This was also good. After all, there were many strong people in this place, especially the Sovereign Tong Tian, who she had mentioned in the message. He was an extraordinary person. She was afraid that the main figures of the various forces in the upper world were no match for the Sovereign Tong Tian. It was very smart of them to retreat temporarily. She didn't know how long they would stay in seclusion. They hadn't been in the upper world for a long time, but their reputation had spread far and wide. They had stirred up a storm in the upper world and then suddenly disappeared. Perhaps with the passage of time, the people of the upper world would gradually forget about them. But she believed that in the near future, they would definitely return with a strong attitude. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice that Jun Jueshang, who was sitting not far away, had tidied up the things on the table. He looked at Wanyan Qianhua in front of him and saw that she was lazily supporting her head with one hand while looking outside. It seemed that she was lost in thought. He stood up, patted his robe, and prepared to walk out of the hall. His movement made Wanyan Qianhua come back to her senses. Seeing that he was about to leave, she stretched her waist and stood up with a yawn. It seemed that she didn't care about her image at all. When Jun Jueshang walked in front of her, she immediately walked up to him. "Are you done with today's affairs? Where are you going next? Why don't we go down the mountain for a walk?" She had been here for a long time, but she had always stayed here and never left. To be honest, she really wanted to go out for a walk. However, if she went alone, she would feel bored. However, if he accompanied her, it would be different. Jun Jueshang glanced at her indifferently. His eyes swept from her beautiful face to her loosened lapel. He slightly frowned. His originally cold face seemed to have become even colder in an instant. "Pay attention to your image in the Xiaoyao sect. Don't be so disheveled." His voice was cold and emotionless. "Don't be so disheveled." Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua was startled. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she lowered her head to look at her chest. She saw that the collar was slightly loose, the lapel was half open, and the full snow-white chest was faintly discernible. This kind of dress in her opinion, was normal, and there was nothing to make a fuss about. After all, her clothes were relatively conservative. If she changed into her previous clothes, it would be different. Thus, she curled her lips and smiled charmingly. How am I not properly dressed? This dress is clearly neatly worn. As for the chest here, she raised her slender white hand and lightly covered her red lips. She let out a joyful laugh and continued. The chest here is also because I have a good figure. The curves of my breasts are alluring. I can't help it. Hearing this, Jun Jushang looked at her coldly. He didn't say anything more and immediately walked out. However, as soon as he took a step, one of his hands was hugged. Then, a pair of breasts came close to him, which made him frown even more. What are you doing? Chapter 3294. Didn't you see it? I didn't do anything. Wanyan Qianhua spread her hands and smiled charmingly. Besides, even if I did do something to you, it would be normal. Besides, I didn't do anything to you. All I did was hug your arm. I didn't take advantage of you. Jun Jushang looked at her. He was about to shake her off, but now he looked at her deeply. His frown loosened. However, the alienation and indifference in his eyes became more obvious. Wanyan Qianhua, I told you long ago that you don't need to waste time on me. I don't have any feelings for you. It's impossible for me to be tempted by you. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. His indifferent voice paused. His eyes were as calm as water and as indifferent as ice. You only have a good face. There are millions of women in this world. What makes you think that I would like you? In terms of appearance, there are no lack of beauties in the cultivation world. In terms of family background, your Wanyan family isn't even in the top 100 families here. In terms of strength, you can't even compare to the disciples of my sect. You are inferior in every aspect. What qualifications do you have to stand by my side? Hearing those extremely cold and hurtful words, Wanyan Qianhua restrained the charming smile on her face. Her hand that was originally hugging his arm also unconsciously loosened. She just quietly looked at the immortal-like man in front of her. How could such a man say such hurtful words? However, Jun Jushang acted as if he didn't see the hurt in her eyes. With a cold expression, he continued, I didn't ask people to throw you out because I wanted you to leave on your own. I gave you some face. But if you don't even want this face, then don't blame me for ordering you to be expelled. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked away without looking back. Wanyan Qianhua stood there alone. She was silent for a long time. Wanyan Qianhua stood there quietly. She lowered her eyes and looked at her hand. Jun Jushang's cold and heartless words echoed in her ears. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she sneered. She asked herself again and again in her heart, Wanyan Qianhua, is this what you want? You didn't care about anything to stay here. You didn't care about your face as a woman. You seduced me again and again. You were hurt by his cold words again and again. Is this what you want? Yes. What he said was the truth. What qualifications did she have to stand by his side? What qualifications did she have to pester him again and again? For the first time, she felt her heart clench in pain. That kind of empty feeling made her feel as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. There was a kind of coldness that rose from the soles of her feet to her heart, causing her to involuntarily tremble. She raised her hands and tightly hugged her own body. It turned out that loving someone wasn't just sweet. It would also cause heartache and hurt. And this kind of pain, this kind of hurt, was incurable. She stood in the hall for a long time. Only when the sky outside gradually darkened did she come back to her senses. However, she didn't lose her soul. She didn't look hurt, and she didn't shed a single tear. Even if her heart was bleeding, she still raised her head and curled the corners of her lips. She revealed a charming smile and walked out step by step, just like how she usually did. Chapter 3295. Wanyan Qianhua had a smile on her face. This smile, set off by her red dress, was extremely beautiful and moving. In the night, her beautiful eyes fell on the disciple who was guarding the door. She said in a soft and unhurried voice, Open the door. I want to go out. Hearing this, the disciple was stunned. Miss Wanyan wants to go out so late at night? It's not safe to go out so late at night. Is there something urgent? Why don't you go out tomorrow morning? The place where the carefree sect was located was not an ordinary place. Outside of the sect was a forest. She didn't think it was a good idea for a girl to go out in the middle of the night. If something happened, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, Miss Wanyan had lived here for so long, and all the disciples in the sect knew that she was very close to their sect master. Moreover, she was the only one who dared to hug their sect master. Moreover, the two of them lived in the same bamboo forest. Many disciples in the sect were discussing whether their sect master would take a fancy to her and end up together with her. If something were to happen in the middle of the night, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. It's fine, open the door. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can protect myself. Wanyan Qianhua smiled. However, her smile did not reach her eyes. Seeing this, the disciple hesitated and asked, Miss Wanyan, does our sect leader know that you're leaving so late at night? He knows. Wanyan Qianhua smiled and played with her hair. Hurry up, open the door. I'm leaving. Hearing this, the disciple and the disciple next to him looked at each other. Finally, the two of them opened the door. After the door was opened, she walked out step by step. In the night, her red robe fluttered in the wind. The two disciples only regained their senses when she disappeared into the night. Why did she leave so late at night? Could something have happened? A disciple asked worriedly. Yes, she didn't leave even when her family came to pick her up. Why did she leave alone tonight when the sky was already so dark? Could it be? The other disciple hesitated and didn't continue. When the person next to him heard this, he asked, Could it be something? Tell me, could he have quarreled with the sect leader? The disciple looked at the man and asked, Quarrel with the sect leader? How could this be? Does sect master look like someone who would quarrel with others? Should we report her leaving like this? Well, it's better to talk about it. Her expression doesn't seem right. One of them said as he closed the door and said, I'll go and report. You stay here and watch. With that, he quickly ran away. Jun Jushang was sitting cross-legged in the bamboo forest with his eyes closed. The bamboo house and even the bamboo forest were silent until some hurried footsteps were heard. Sect master. Outside, the middle-aged man stopped and called out respectfully. In the room, Jun Jushang was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He didn't even open his eyes. He just asked indifferently, What's the matter? Sect master, I just heard from the disciple guarding the door that Miss Wanyan left. After saying this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but look inside.